TGR7 says all good. In that case, great. Let's get it underway. It's Bagpipes in Bordeaux. But the thing is, we already have Bordeaux, and we already have a significant number of bagpipes there. So this is going to be our final session with Mori. I'm keen to move on to greener pastures, and I don't like running campaigns when it feels like we're just kicking a dead horse. France is the proverbial dead horse in this one. They're still sizable, and they're still reasonably powerful, but we are far more powerful than them, and we can just smack them down however we want. And whilst there are many other things we could do, like slaughtering Castile or pushing into the HRE, it's not really what this campaign is about, and I'm not keen on blobbing just for the sake of blobbing. So today we'll just be expanding our colonies, expanding our cultural influence over France. We are already the dominant culture of the world, which is a terrifying prospect, given that there are almost 9 million Highlanders in the world, of which we're home to 5.7 million. And don't we get a comparison with other cultures in the world here? Where's that under, anyway? Ah, yes, here we go. We're even eking out the Mongolian culture. We don't know what's going on over in China, but it's anyone's guess. This has been run through many different patches. I hear in the latest one, Great Ming is unstoppable, but Great Yuan seems to be clinging on to dear life. And Koke Temür is doing very well, and are also of Mongolian culture. And truce breaking could shrink France fast. Yeah, not really interested in shattering my country, because even when I'm done with this campaign, I'll probably still do gardening with Mori. I mean, sort out all my RGOs, my cities, and my economy and all that. I get a kick out of doing that, but certainly not when on stream. So, how about those naval matters? I'm going to sink these fleets once and for all. A lot of people have been asking me, Jake, what's your problem with naval? Why are you not doing EU5? The crux of the matter was, you enter a fight, a naval combat, and you win, of course, because look, I'm bringing heavy ships and they're bringing glorified fishing krails with them. So you stack wipe them, but you don't actually destroy any boats. You might capture a few, and that's why I have some fishing boats here. But their navy persists on. It retreats one whole location, and the naval invade you again. So you have to chase them again and 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 again. You finally wipe them out by stealing all their boats, and then they just hire another 25 mercenary fishing boats and sail on over, and the cycle repeats. And there was no way I was going to be doing that whilst I'm also trying to orchestrate a land war with France. Which, by the way, that looks like Paris is liberated. And I need to actually get my ticking war score from the target. Is it called Arras? Too many things getting my way. No, it's lower Anjou, I think. Well, it's lower something. Anyway, with you taken care of, I want you to head back over to Cambrai and take that as a matter of priority, please. Do so through friendly locations. Then we'll get our ticking war score, because I'd really, really like to put the boot in France in this war. It might be a little early to think about peace deal, but I do want to finally shatter France and connect all of my holdings together. And to make matters even better, I could break France apart from this. So this is an area that I'd be able to put down my levies for carpet sieging. If I were able to break France off from it, that would be useful in the long-ish run. And that's only 33 for my war score, surprisingly, so there's many more things, many more nefarious things we could be doing to France, and we will consider it once we have the war in the bag. You'd max out war score from battles. Big win. There's some wins that I'm not willing to take. What's going on in the New World, by the way? Cuba's looking good. I'm trying to expand further, but the problem with this newly formed market is that it doesn't have a lot of manufactured goods. I cannot be ringed manually trading the goods down to Cuba. It's somewhere where the UI really, really fails you, because I don't want to do manual trade, da-da-da-da-da. I want to set, like, oh, okay, generally give these guys things to supply demand with. But no can do. The only automation is maximizing for profit, which is not always what we're looking for. So it's probably going to take a bit for it to stabilize. They need to bulk up their population. They need a population to promote. I imagine slavery will help considerably with that. But I'm not the one shipping slaves over. Is somebody else, though? They are getting slaves from somewhere. They have a massive unmet demand for slaves. But that's good. I mean, that's a hell of a lot of money to be made sending slaves over to my colonies. But who is taking care of that? Apparently it's so much money that my automation is taking care of that from the Faz market. But to my surprise, Castile is actually bringing over some slaves for me. They can sniff out the ducats as well. God bless those Northern Africans and their slaving ways. But yeah, I think I leave it to the AI to fill up my colonies with slaves, and what they do with those slaves is their business. I just hope they don't have a slave rebellion. Did they fix the issues from... Yeah, they did. Is there anything else to concern myself with before I unpause? Everything seems okay. The finances look fantastic. Alright, very good. Let's slow it down and continue on, and let's witness the change that I've been waiting on all this time. My navy meeting their navy, and... Yeah, because look at that. They're trying to invade me yet again. Splat. Okay, the numbers here aren't working. Overall change, they lost 5 boats. Now, I'm pretty sure they lost all of their boats. We stole 3. The point is, they're all gone. Well, I say all of them. They still have more coming, don't they? Right, how about we do this? I'm going to split off these fishing boats. I'm just going to shove them into port and disband them. I don't know if you still get everything back if you disband them whilst at sea. If the naval levies return to their original location, that's probably not good for me, but... Do I get the sailors back anyway? 41k? 41.6k, rather. I'm not sure I did. Maybe I should have put them into port before dismissing them. Right, I am going to give... Oh, wow, I took an actual carrack. I don't even have actual carracks myself. I guess I could deign to give you some kind of admiral. This guy seems pretty good. On you go. Not like I have any crown members. I am going to try once again with the hunting navies feature. Unfortunately, hunting navies defaults to freaking everywhere, which is not what I want. I do not want you to patrol all these places. Is there not a button to remove everything here? Toggle all, perhaps? No, that toggles all the subsets here. Oh, there we go, there we go. Now we can turn everything off. Right, I want you to hunt all the accursed Danish navies that come around here. Yeah, include their homeland. Now, I am trusting you to automatically, and yeah, why don't you hunt here as well? Please automatically destroy any navy, any enemy navy that threatens me around my home. I don't think you need to bother heading up there at all. Yeah, because that isn't mine to concern yourself with. But yes, please destroy these navies. I told it to do this before. It failed miserably. Hopefully it doesn't fail me again. And then there's you. Hey, that's my heir in charge here. He already got a naval trait, which is excellent. Go and dispatch any crappy boats that you've picked up along your way. Someone at Paradox is like, damn it, I can't watch Jake's stream, I need to fix this ASAP. I highly doubt that. Gotta remember, I've been away from Paradox longer than I even worked there. I'm not even familiar with many of the names over at Tinto these days. Right, what do we have here? We've got a lot that I don't care about. Do I want to keep the... Well, there's no way I want these crappy fishing boats. But I think the problem is, it's naval levies that are going back from whence they came. Zealand and whatnot, so I should probably actually hold on to these. Huh, okay. I'll keep them over here at Iskdair. Where is this in real life? Stealing levies seems like a very strange thing to even be able to do. But let's not question it. Send over the bark to my actual maritime presence fleet. And then what remains here? What remains is my half-decent heavy fleet, who has been doing, well, not terribly much, and there's not much to concern ourselves with here, is there? No, probably not. Well, what you can do is kind of stand around on patrol just in case something goes miraculously wrong. I'll have you stand guard over here. It's Exeter. Thank you. I'm not too familiar with the West Coast in general. I've been up and down the East Coast of the UK. I've been to Wales, Liverpool, Manchester. Been through Glasgow once. Been over in the... Okay, maybe I've been around a bit more than I thought. It's been a while since I've been in the UK generally. So I'm a little worried about how the Navy that I told to go and hunt fleets, and I can see a fleet right there, is just standing still. But I'll leave them to figure that out. Maybe they're just trying to get morale back first. The AI does seem very cautious about their morale levels. Bad news! Someone that we don't know or care about has died. Okay. I don't want to play Crusader Kings. As I say and say often in this game. I'm going to secure Cambrai, hopefully. And I suspect you won't do too much damage to St. Nicholas. Hopefully not. He owes me some presents in 10 days or so. One little factoid that I do enjoy. Paris has been utterly razed down to 77,000 population. Used to be about 200k, perhaps more. Whilst Londain continues to prosper. Yeah, there we go. One of the most prosperous European cities, in fact. How fast can you run? 5 kilometers. Not very fast. I'm not a fast individual. And I haven't tried in quite some time, so I don't know. Hegemonies. They can be good. I've been purposely avoiding the naval hegemon. Actually, I should purposely avoid it a bit harder. I'm dangerously close to becoming naval hegemon, and I don't want to. It increases your cost of court, and it makes people hate you even more. And unlike the other hegemons, naval hegemon is not particularly useful. But economic hegemon... unit food consumption, forced divert trade... Reduce paperwork... gives... Whoa, okay. That could be considered very good in the late game. I hope it's a nationwide thing. So that forced divert trade... How does that actually work? Never actually played around with this one. I think we have to wait until the tick. Ooh. I do have favors with Castile, and I can drag them into this war. But they're currently getting their butt kicked by Morocco. Not Morocco, Mali. Once they're no longer being destroyed... Do I even want them in this war? I think they're going to be a liability in this war. Maybe so, maybe no. It's not like I've got anything better to use these favors for. No, I think they would probably be quite the liability. Their regulars are down to only 400. Yeah, liability is absolutely what Castile would be right now. I should be able to beat France on this siege handily. Although, for some reason, we're taking horrible amounts of attrition. Okay, also, for whatever reason... France fancies himself against me. Oh well, bring it on. I see the navy that I told to go and hunt is currently standing around doing absolutely nothing. Although, to their benefit, I'm not seeing any hostile navies. So, the balance of units has been going back and forth over these patches a whole lot. The most recent patch, before the one that we got yesterday, was meant to reduce the dominance of cavalry by only making them take 25% less damage. They reversed that and made them take 75% less damage, so they were even more brutally overpowered than they were. That has now been fixed, so supposedly cavalry a bit more balanced, but I still think for the first 3 or 4 ages, cavalry just goes brrrt. Okay, that looks pretty brrrt to me. Don't like the fact that my cannons are on the front line and getting damaged. I really, really wish the game would not default your cannons to front row, but I'm not willing to do... I mean, look at how many cannons it wants to stick on the front freaking row here. Use the cavalry. It is an absolute mystery. But yeah, the game should take better care of that. It's just not something that I'm willing to manually sort every single time. Feels like the more you want to micro your stuff, the far better you're going to perform in this game. Speaking of being performative, my boats are coming back with... I do have units on that, right? Yeah, I sent a small detachment to take care of an uprising in one of my subjects. But where are you coming back to? Just for safety, let's have you over in Heed right now. Many a historical general has said cavalry go brrrt after all. The Golden Horde must be even more unstoppable right now. Bit of a shame. Now, I love the Golden Horde. It's a bit of a shame they never seem to collapse. And it's kind of mad how they managed to get up to the White Sea here. What's even madder is that Golden Horde themselves are subject to Georgia. So Georgia made the Golden Horde a tributary, but the Golden Horde also have their own laundry list of subjects who are disloyal but unwilling to rise up against the might of, frankly, not a lot of their horrifically overpowered steppe cavalry. I think it was a good choice making the Golden Horde my first playthrough. Ooh, he's gathering together a whole lot that I want to kill, but I want to kill up north as well. We'll just see whichever siege is going better come that time. And the more you actually play, the better you do. I wonder about that one. Okay, goody goody. The boys are back. I'll let them get one tick of regeneration, and they're coming down around. Oh, here we go. Look at that hostile fleet. Look at my guys here who are on automated hunt navy. Yeah, look at that. Holland Coast 299. What does that even mean? I think that means we know that there's... Yeah, in the Holland Coast, there is 299 naval strength worth of boats, which is 3 transport ships that you would instantly stack wipe. Uh-huh. Good. Are you going to go and engage them? Come on, they're right freaking there. I hate this useless feature. I swear it worked better in EU4, and I didn't even trust the one in EU4. And I was there when we developed it. I mean, come on, lad. They're in the next place. You'll stack wipe them in no time. You know they're there. They seem to think that they are 300% strong. Yeah, these 3 krails are going to take you down. What is your problem here? Yeah, okay. If you're not willing to play ball, then I'm not willing to play with you either. You get on that case. And then you're going to stand right here. Alright, so we'll still have to manually fight them, but at least we don't have to chase down immortal zombie fleets. And this screen still doesn't work. Oh, man. I love this game, but I'm getting disillusioned with the patches for it. The balance changes have been order of magnitude shooting from the hips. And the bugs, they're piling up, sire. Ach, we will survive. Maybe it counts the embarked army strength together with the navy. Yeah, but there were, what, 67 units there or something? And here we go, they got 268 or so units. Sounds like some levies. Well, they all go down at least. And we enjoy our war score here. War score gets very, very difficult to get later on in the game you go. And there are a number of factors towards that. It's a rare case of me considering modding something in the game that's a balance change. I do not like modding balance changes in my games in general. I like to think that when I'm streaming a game, I'm streaming the same game that you could be playing at home. Gives a nice level playing field to not measure up against others, but I like measuring up against the game itself. If I'm going in and modding its balance, then something feels off about what I achieve. But at the same token, some things in this just have to go. Ugh, it's just a wee little quality of life mod. No, when it's balance change, it's no longer quality of life. I can't call it that. It's quality of my life. Ooh, speaking of improving the quality of my life, it has bothered me for the greatest time that this impronounceable Welsh location has been in foreign hands. Now, this is another bug. If you weren't there for it, this land became uncolonized for some reason during one of the updates. And the Papal States, being the land-grabbing freak that he is, came over and grabbed it. It's completely inexplicable how Misen ended up with Italian holdings and now took that off of the Pope. but the fact that he still holds it is bothersome to me, and I have a cunning plan. What we do is we're going to find ourselves something that we can pass here, but we don't overly care about. Like my shipbuilding facilities. I do like docks. Yeah, what's up, dock? What's interior, anyway? It's a really good moment to do a lot of building work, isn't it? Kind of wish it didn't work that way, but either way, let's get me some shipbuilding facilities, because it's quite likely to pass. I could stand to give some plutocratic support, just a little bit of it. Because what I would really like is to get a casus belli on this piece of land. Just this little bit here. Because I have a sneaking suspicion, I don't know if I can do this at war, but I'm pretty sure I can do it, period. Is that I want to threaten war for that land. So the problem with just warring him is that Bohemia will get involved. But if I threaten war for this, he will accept. Now, I suspect that in a normal situation, there'd be a lot of things like, hey, that's my core province next to my land with my culture, so I would never give it up. But it's... well, I don't actually know. It doesn't have a lot of value to him, so that's probably why it's easy to threaten war over it. I wonder why it's not taking into account the fact that Bohemia would save us bacon. But yeah, I will be taking that off your hands if you don't mind. I swear to God if Bohemia joins in based on this, though. Alright, whew. Might does indeed make right. I did not want to be fighting over that, and I wanted to grab it before I did my mass cultural genocide of Wales. You know, for like the 6th time this century, but there are far too many English holding out still in Wales. There are even still some English majority locations, which is sickening. I'm currently doing targeted kilts and haggis in this area, which does not count as the Greater Welsh area. But this place is a real boiling pot. Medians, Highlands, some Irish for good measure, English, even some French are there. It's horrifying. So, yeah, we gotta fix that. Ooh, but that does mean I need to actually integrate the land as well. Now, this is disgusting in a whole lot of ways. Well, I'm not going to stop eradicating the Scots. How's it going in Limerick? Once Limerick is done, and my core, I will switch you over to integrate that land. How about that? Can you stack targeted and area genocide? Yes, you can. I could do cultural genocide for all of Wales and also do one for each individual province. However, you can only do one load of area assimilation, which is what I'm doing to the lowlands to reduce the amount of Scots, preferably to 0. Yeah, the last vestige of Scottish culture is around Aberdeen, just south of Dundee, and along the borders. But we'll get them, don't you worry. No Scot can hide from me. You will ruin Scotland no more. I believe I said you guys would get back with the main group. Although at this point I reckon I'd be fine just splitting you up significantly. I could probably actually just detach out my cavalry, or at least a significant amount of cavalry, and have them chase these buggers down. 11, 11, 11. Can I even do that? How many cavalry do I have? I think I have plenty for 11, 11, 11. My vast powers of mathematics tells me that's 33, and I want one lot of backup. So let's make it 33 plus 3. Sadly, they're all light lancers. When there's upgrading to be done, it doesn't quite work the way I want it to. Yeah, that's fine. Take them, balance them out, give them some really good leadership, and we do have some very, very good leadership here. Get Gilbert Hyde on the case. And Gilly, you're going to first save Paris and then save the north. It's a good life. But please don't take a passageway through hostile territory, and you'll be in command within the month. That's excellent. Should I throw in some halberdiers onto you for good measure? No, but I will make these guys join the main army. Army Group Artois, get on the case. And I have learned this ability to join with units. It's actually really good, one of the better additions in EU5. I'm very happy with it. I don't really care about this parliament, so I'm not going to chase it down, but I'm very, very happy to have this land back. Were these boats always here? Yeah, I think they're just doing my my naval patrols. Integrating a single province is no faster than integrating the whole No, a single province is much, much faster. When you assimilate, it is uniform across the area. So where's a good example? Here we go. When we're doing our assimilation in Herefordshire here, the amount is the assimilate pops value in all of the locations in the province. So you get much more bang for buck doing assimilation on larger provinces or provinces with more locations. Same goes for assimilating entire areas. Yeah, this is good. Lowlands is a nice big chunky area. But when it comes to integrating the land to get a core on it, it is faster to do a single location than an entire province. But the question often comes down to how many members of your cabinet do you have spare? Alright, so are cavalry still super overpowered? Gilbert Hyde is here to test that theory, and it is a game theory. I don't think I need to hang around just to get 1 or 2 units back. Actually, some of you guys are a bit ravaged, aren't you? Ooh, diggy. Alright, I'm going to wait for the turn of the month before we go charging into that. And good lord, this land does not want to fall quickly, does it? It's costing me ticking war score, damn it. I have to keep a lazy eye to make sure that the Danes aren't doing their thing and invading me. Trade range. Why did I ever want trade range? I can already trade all the way down here. Doesn't this look a little different? I thought these places weren't lightened up. Can I... Oh, I can, right. We can charter even more areas. Get on that. Money is far from a concern. We can go to the... I favorited it here. Go to the Colonial view. I think I can even set colony down here. Yeah, hot damn. Give it all to me. I am doing a big old land grab here. And despite the monstrously inflating cost to cost of colonies, and that is actually getting quite monstrous. No, this is what we're sitting on massive stacks of cash for. I want it all and I want it now. Not so sure about the ones that the natives already have a toehold in. I think I'd rather worry about that later, but these ones that are untoeholded, just get in there. I care not about the cost. I want my land grab. I want my potatoes. How's the eradication of the Norse Gaels going? Well, some of their last holdouts were in lowland lands. Here we go. Norse Gaels down to 14% over in Irvine. Otherwise, where are all the Norse Gaels? There are a few holding out on the western coast of Scotland, but there's so few they don't even register on the map mode. Wait, are there really any? Here we go. There are 200 of them holding out here in... I don't even know where this is. Actually, I think I was over here. I remember there being a very, very nice fish restaurant. But that's about as far as my memory goes. I was completely blitzed on whiskey when I was going around the west coast. But yes, the last holdouts in Irvine are about as good as they can do, and they're not doing very good. I love the cultural game. I was reading a post on the Paradox forums about how somebody hated the way culture works in the game. And normally when they say that, it's because people don't like how fast and trivial it is to wipe out cultures. But this guy was saying it was too slow. He didn't want to wait ages to wipe out the cultures. Anyway, speaking of wiping people out, the French have the audacity to think that Paris is theirs. And I disagree. I disagree to the tune of only using horses. Are horses still super good? One of the frustrating things about playing this early stuff of EU is that the rules keep changing so much. You think you know something, and then, oh, sorry, this value has changed by an order of magnitude. What you thought you knew, you didn't know. But if there's one thing that's absolute, it's that cavalry are absolutely overpowered. It's not... And these weren't even good cavalry. Good cavalry would have been heavy cavalry, but for certain reasons I went light cavalry. Good job, lad. Alright, off they go. I'm not going to chase them down there, but I will certainly eradicate the... Oh, they gave up north anyway. Well, that's good. Head on down to Santes while you're at it then. Take a fancy path that'll let you get your units back and clear that out. Yeah, light cav for initiative doesn't matter in a slog. Oh god, we just re-looted Paris. 77, 76. I think between starvation and occupation, you can really do a number on population. Now, the question is, are they dying or are they simply migrating? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think if you really want them dead, you have to starve them. If you want to see where they're moving to, they're going over to Brie-Comté. Now, to Brie-Comté's defense, I have not generally been sieging it down. It's not a priority target like Paris. It'll also make a really nice prize for me to take when I eventually have it. I think I would take it and I'd even remove the town there so that I could get more RGO value out. I've actually started to come around on removing towns. Unfortunately, you need to have a core and no separatism in a province in order to remove a town for some bizarre reason. That really blocked me from removing towns and cities in my Horde game. But I actually think you should really only have them in high location areas. What is high location? I'd say above 60%. So, you know, town here is good, here's good, here's good, here's good, here's good, here's acceptable. And I think the other ones should just be raised, frankly. It's better to get the RGO value, and it's better not to hand over crown power to your burghers and your nobles in low control areas. Still something I'm getting a feel for, of course, and you do have to weigh in the idea that reducing a town is going to cost you up front. Look at that, 100 cost to downgrade. But I think in the long-ish run, more towns might be worse. But that isn't something I've got a feel for yet. I'd like to get really, really good at this game. The problem is this game also has to be... I don't want to sound too up myself here, but it needs to be worthy of being good at. If it's just a sandbox, then where's the fun? Yeah, has this game proven itself worthy of my time? That is not how I wanted that to come across. But it is how it came across. We got that core yet? No, still working on the Irish. The Irish are not an accepted culture in my land, so they will not reproduce once I get cores on their lands. One of the problems, though, is that I still need to culturally enrich this land, and my control there is nae good, nae at all. Even so, we will wipe out the Irish, even if we have to do it the hard way. This freaking fort doesn't want to fall. Why do I even bring cavalry? Why do I even bring cannons into my fight? Oh, yeah. Do we have French people here confirming the existence of massive cyclones that pass through your lands constantly? Happens in Scotland, why wouldn't it happen in... Okay, I did not actually intend to chase you down, but it seems I chased them down on retreat and actually managed to eradicate them. To the point where I'm taking their prisoner. Well, I'm taking all prisoners. Sure. Wait, what? What? Explain further. That was pretty cool, and I suppose that's yet another in the long list of reasons that cavalry are really good. They move along the map faster, so I was able to chase down a shattered retreat as well. Any idea on what campaign is next? No, I will think about it over my Christmas break. I'm taking, I think, 6 days off. I'm heading over to Budapest, which is what I often do over Christmas time. I really enjoy seeing the Christmas markets out there. And then yeah, I go out and get seshed and bother anybody with a pulse, but that's my problem. Right. Yeah, and during that I'll think about it, and then after it I'll probably have a vote on it. One more for Marion. I don't know why everybody is offering to join Cuba, probably because they're the biggest place around, but join Marion. And that is you done. Oh, I actually figured out what was going on here. For some reason I couldn't give the New Hebrides the Hebrides, and I think it's because it was in the Hispaniola area. So I wanted to join Marion, and the second option... Oh, sorry, this place over here. I lost my train of thought. Anyway, because this is over in... Oh, crap, what's happening? Wasn't aware I was unpaused there. Right, I wanted to give this land over to the New Hebrides. I couldn't, so what I'm actually going to do is rename you. You are no longer the New Hebrides. You are a new man. Change their name. And then these will be the Hebrides. And they're going to be really, really crap. As a country, this is pathetic. But I just have it so that others don't have it. Their RGOs are terrible. They're divided up. Naval is a terrible way to spread market access. So this colony will never amount to anything. Just like real life. Just full of joke countries. But yeah, if you don't offer good RGOs, and they really don't, fish, fiber crops, and millions of fish, the occasional bit of cotton, but cotton isn't even that good. There's a strong argument that wool is superior to cotton. You know, they're both pretty good as starting goods for spinning and cloth making and such. Cotton has slightly more value, but wool gives food, and food generates cash on market. Could you plant different RGOs there? Yes, in the Columbian Exchange era, you can bring old world crops over to the new world, so I could make it better, but I don't think that those crappy little islands are worth investing in. I would say it would be fine. These islands are fine for, say, propagating control over Naval. The big issue is, gameplay-wise, market access is god-awful over Naval. I mean, take poor New Man here. They've got market access 10%, and that means all of their RGO money is divided by 10. It is that brutal. And how hard could it be to sail a boat over here? You'd think sailing a boat all this distance would actually be easier than just going from land here to land there. This is the age of sail after all, but no, the game disagrees. Here's how it's pathing the market access. Along here, along here, along here, and it's so desperate to get off of the waters that it'll jump over to land here and then make the rest of its journey rather than sailing into Mabuya. Market access propagates god-awful over Navy, and it does not improve with maritime presence. I think it is one of the worst balanced things in the game. In a game with a lot of poorly balanced things. I don't mean to be too cruel on the game, but I knows what I knows. I think keeping the horses around as a general force is a good thing. Especially when the siege is going absolutely bloody nowhere. Your run made me search about Mori. It's the most beautiful place. I wish to visit. You've fallen for the advertising there, Mayan. Mori is a god-awful place. It's kind of similar to the north of England in terms of multi-general unemployment, no investment. All we have are loads of rolling hills and fields of absolutely nothing. And I think to a certain kind of person that holds a lot of appeal. Now, I love nature. I love being around nature. I love the peace and quiet and all of that. But there does come a point where you realize that, wow, there is nothing here. But, you know, maybe you should take my opinion with an entire silo of salt, because I did move away. And when it comes to Scotland, I spent a lot of time in Aberdeen. Home was up here. I lived in Edinburgh for a while. I've been to Dundee for nefarious purposes. I've visited around this part. Haven't spent much time on the borders. Yeah. Scotland, it's great being Scottish. It's not good being in Scotland. How about that? Best thing about market access is that all the goods have to first go to market center and then come back after being processed. Well, that's good if you're the market owner, that's for sure. Holy crap, could Cambrai fall ever? It simply refuses. I should get a stock for just how many people are involved in this. France still have a bundle, but it's up here. I'm starting to think I should invite my subjects into this war just to aid me here. And you know what? I will do that. This fight is going to take forever if I don't have some help here, so come on in, lads. Get some sieging done. This could be a liability. These guys could get mulched in a fight. But I want them to just pull their weight. Now, this is yet another broken thing about the balance here. These subjects of mine are on scutage. Scutage means that they don't have to fight in wars, but they do have to pay me extra money. Even so, you can manually pull them into the wars, and then they have to fight, and they still have to pay you more money. You'd think this should at least have some kind of hit to their loyalty, but it actually improves loyalty because then you get the bonus of being in a war together. So they become even more loyal. Game is broken. I'm being a bit unfair, but really needs fixed. Oh, 1.0.10 just went live. Ah, so it's no longer a beta. Can't imagine they changed anything there. Oh, please don't say I'm naval. Wait, I'm diplomatic hegemon. Also, we finally nailed the last of the Irish buggers. at least in the south. Southern Irish is different from Northern Irish. We'll take care of them in due time. All right, please integrate this one province. Shouldn't take you very long. Estimated time is 2 years. Okay, that's pretty good. The influence of wherever the hell that is. Ah, yes, Manchester. I could develop Manchester. But why would I do that? I will anyway, though. I find it somewhat ironic that Jake was so full of praise for the state of the game on launch and now seems full of recriminations. Because the launch was excellent, but the post-release support, I think, has been quite poor. Despite there being lots and lots of updates, it hasn't really fixed enough. I suppose the issue is that it has been regressing a lot. They come in to fix things, they fix 3 things, but they break 5 things. And that's really, really... really dampens one's enthusiasm for playing the game when there's a new update and it's broken all these things and you go, oh, okay, well, I need to relearn this, I need to fix that, and I need to actually go and check and see if things are actually bloody working. It's unpleasant. Alright, speaking of unpleasant, that's the existence of Frenchmen in what is essentially my land. I think I'll just send the cavalry on that. Yeah, I've got sieges to worry about here. Yeah, cavalry can kill. I siege. Get on the case. Next long play is still EU5. The long play is still... Ooh, I didn't restock Cambray's... wait, what? Oh, good. I have these guys on automatically refill the forts. Good. Because I knew I'd forget that every time. No, the long play is still farthest frontier. I still plan on sitting down and learning that game. It's just, you know how it is. EU5 came in like a wrecking ball. Being such good eggs. I wish that line wasn't in the game. What's the term? These like modern something syncreties? Feels out of place. Anyway, apparently we are so nice to Castile that we're going to help them in a war against Mali. Have they won anything against Mali? They have lost every single battle against Mali. They have completely failed to contest the war goal. They are currently suffering from occupations. Mali stretches big. And Mali is colonizing. Okay, well, frankly, I'm on Mali's side here, but you're going to owe me for this one, Castile, even though I'm not going to do anything. And yeah, this is why I bring in my subjects. Have them do the carpet sieging, not me. And then have you go and eradicate the French scum. Holy crap, did they actually rebalance cavalry? Where the hell is this? This isn't even fair. Like, I'm definitely not on France's side here, but this is unethical. I gotta see if I can chase them down a bit, depending on where they go. The Grande Armée. Granted, it's peasant levies, but they've got their plated knights. Arquebusiers, some light lancers of their own. Some mercenary hand gunning. I worry about them going too far south and disrupting my subject sieges, because that will cost me war score. But I only worry a little bit. Troubling thing is I don't have an eye on them. I probably should have considered... I'm actually going to go over here. I probably should have considered spying on them so I could lift the fog of war. Oh no, we failed Parliament. Diplomatic situation is going too good. Unthinkable. There are some people that I am doing good work on improving relations with. I actually need to consider my next step of integration. A bit of the problem is I'm going to peel even more subjects off of France. And we do start riding a bit of a troubling wave when it comes to country's strength versus my own. Theirs scales up better than mine since there are just so bleeding many of them. But you can offset that really well by just improving relations. Improved relations has a very large impact on subject loyalty. I think up to plus 30 for full relations. But that just means when you have a lot of subjects, you have a lot of, well, pretty much technical debt. I'm going to work on some of the bigger creatures that I have. At least it's kind of cheap to uphold that. But one thing I wanted to check was, are my subjects actually doing cultural enrichment? This has been back and forthing. No sign that whatever is wrong with it has been fixed or is intended in the newest update. But these guys here, whoever they're called, who are you called? Vanette. You have done very good work. The Bretons are still being eradicated and are almost gone, so I think you're a great target even, for some more integration. Yeah, just get them in. I played a lot of Farthest Frontier. It's tempting to give you tips, but it might be more entertaining to watch your village get wiped out by bears once or twice. I just want to know enough to be able to actually play the game. When I first gave it a run, I felt like I really did not know enough to give it a fair shake in any capacity. And that felt a little bit bad. Are you involved in my war? Apparently, yes. I guess your units are just hanging back. Oh, okay, so the French decided the best place to run away to is Paris, or near Paris. Works for me if you want to come and get re-involved, but I don't think they do. Yeah, I reckon. Oh, well, no. If you want to stay there, that's perfect for me. I want to bum rush you down. And bum rushing's what's going on here. There's no reason to think we aren't completely balanced already. Fair and balanced. Jesus. These poor guys, they don't deserve this. Are you going to Brie? Because if so, that's good for me. There are too many French people in Brie, so I think I'll just siege it down while I'm here. For some reason, you can shatter retreat through lands that you don't have access to. I never quite figured that one out. But I guess I was never meant to. You owe me for this war, Castile. This war where you pay Mali? I'm glad I don't have to pay Mali. That'd be humiliating. Imagine a Western power kowtowing to one of those Africans. We don't have to imagine it here, it's happening. Are the vassals near Paris invited into the war, or are they just not moving their armies? No, I didn't invite these guys into the war. That was a bit too delicate. I like the fact that France can't actually choose to walk through these lands unless they're shattering, whereas I can. It's a bit broken that your subjects can just block enemy movement simply by being on scutage. But, you know, I'm taking brutal advantage of it. Let me take this while we're at it. I want my attack force to be at the ready here. Seemingly unlikely hunting accident death again. Shattered retreat is running through the countryside in panic. Concept says, I can walk here, only suggestions. Well, they're staying oddly cohesive for supposed panicking. Unmarried children. I've kind of lost my mental thought as to where my kids are here. Oh, that's right. We decided to melon and enrich the family dynasty. Irish? Wait, what? Yeah, that was a question. How did my son end up Irish? I'm Highland. My wife is Highland. But he got a little bit too much influence of the Baileys. Is Baileys Irish? Highland. Where did Irish come from? What a mystery. I don't remember any event or anything like that. Still, we end up with a lassie here. I still want to dip myself back into the Randy dynasty if ever possible. But I'm integrating Vantes, so moving you over there doesn't seem preferable at all. In that case, maybe just marry into nobility. Actually, I'm going to keep you around. Because we gave the nobility the rights to marry into the ruling dynasty, you occasionally get an event. What? Okay, the Danish Navy decided that suicide was the best option. They could have sneakily naval invaded me. I wouldn't have noticed. I've been too busy with France here. Yeah, nice event with the nobility if you give them marriage rights, where you get a rather hefty sum of loyalty from them just by allowing them to marry some princess you don't care about. I mean, do I care about any of my princesses? Let's be real. Oh, diddums. The poor little French guy can't move in here. These are 801 regular? No, no, you've got mercenaries as well. Don't think I want you involved in the fight. Like I said, I don't want my subjects being liabilities in battles, because war score from battle can be difficult to rack up. But I do want to be on the case for annihilating the French as they move around. We're throwing her a party, and then she can get to work. I absolutely do not trust the pursue option either. Add it to the laundry list of things I don't trust here. You tell the game to pursue an enemy army, and it only goes to where they were, not to where they're going. It'll be very aggravating at times. Alright, yeah, just wait there. I'm coming, France. I'll give you the battle you desire. Don't even worry about moraling myself up, because we gain morale through slaughtering. Not even joking, we do. And it's good to see some occupations going on here. I think it's good. They are running quite far south, though, which could be a bother. Oh, bother. But I'm still going to keep you around to slaughter the forces. The pursue option would work if your army actually moved where the enemy is currently moving to, but they only start moving once the target's arrived somewhere. Yeah, it's the automated seek and destroy things in this game don't work terribly well. I have a sneaking suspicion that's because it would be very performance heavy, having them check every single tick for where's the optimal place to go. Just an assumption, though. And it's all I can do but assume. Now, I reckon France is more than happy to make peace pretty soon. To the point where if I put more hostile sieges on them, they'd be in a bad state. But I see no reason that I can't push this war as far as possible. The issue, of course, is that France has 10 billion forts. And that is quite the issue. Can I get myself over here, or over here? Maybe down here. I want to regain some troops and morale and then carry on. If this is how a fight is against one opponent you have surrounded, I dread to imagine what late-game wars are like. So the Windward Islands, I was talking about this earlier, or trying to talk about it. I could only make them join Mary, and I couldn't make them join New Man. And I reckon it's going, well, there's no existing Antilles colonial nation, so let's join the largest colonial nation in the next region. I'm making an assumption here, but the point is we need to form a new colonial subject here. Donk. And that is the only way that I can give them these lands. Although, of course, I can't do that whilst I'm at war, can I? But I can put you on scutage, which is very important. I only want my subjects joining in my wars when I explicitly tell them to. Oh, would you look at that? Castile is once again exploding. In the Rebel Civil War. Can't wait for them to call me into that one as well. Keep for yourself and seed manually? No, you can only seed adjacent areas. And that isn't adjacent enough. For some reason. I suspect it's because your port is here. But the port here is on this side, so it's not adjacent. And then there's you, and your port is to the south. I don't know. It is weird. I have not truly figured it out. But I'm making assumptions here. What a name for the island. It's New Man. Of course it is. Based on the Isle of Man, where the TTCC is held. Maybe they just hate the people of New Man. Yeah. As New Man makes it sound like Old Man isn't good enough. And there's nothing wrong with Old Man. There's everything right with Old Man. That's right. I let you get back. I let you get yourself revitalized. Cannons et al. No, the cannons are brutalized. Because they think front row fighting is the best way to go about things. Actually, I wouldn't mind punching away south. Could you take Troy, please? You take Sons while we're at it. Troy being under siege will block that from being counter zone of control taken. Good to see that my subjects are picking up the slack in terms of fighting these broken French units. I'm not even sure there was a fight there. If your enemy has 0 morale, there's just no fighting and they continue to just shatter. But now Castile, even though they're in a horrible war of their own, is a little bit less of a liability. I mean, they're having a bad time, but surely they can take on some broken Frenchies. Or at the very least, distract the French. I feel like that's a bad idea in a number of ways. But they're never bleeding getting involved in my wars, because they're always in their own wars. Leading me to build up all these favors that I have no good use for. Whatever, France, Castile, you're getting involved in this war. Don't cost me on this one. Unsurprisingly, we still have subjects which are not very happy, but that's because there are new subjects that I forced to adopt our culture. And I think all of my subjects have my culture except for Amsterdam. I'm just keeping them around because their cores will be eventually useful. Because I'd like to hold this land directly. Not that it's terrifically amazing land, right? The real wealth is in Flanders. But it's still in a really good place in terms of naval capacity and proximity to London. So it's an ambition. Sends us down in no time, as expected. France is now really not having a good time. The only thing stopping me from enforcing my peace is the whole shattered thing. The AI does not like being carved up in a peace deal. But I want to carve them up in my peace deal. Just trying to think about the best way to do so, though. I don't want to take this this land up here. It is the... which one is it? This is it. Lower Artois is the key to my casus bellis. But if I divide it up, this land can be sieged down almost for free once I wipe out his initial levies there. Otherwise, it's looking fine. Take Catalonia, sell it to Castile. You think Castile can afford land? Let's say I wanted to take some money off of you. Apparently they currently have 625 ducats. How much of that do you think is debt? Whoa, I'm very surprised they don't actually have debt. That speaks to the strength of the Castilian heartland. I don't know, I don't see the appeal of playing as these already won nations. Didn't realize you'd taken Amsterdam. It looks so sad, isolated up north. It does. A merchant has been lost while trading in the Fars market. Okay, well, why is that my problem? That sounds a lot like his problem. Free trade and all that. Yeah, I mean, Amsterdam's a good location here. Livestock is hardly amazing, but... Nah, control would be really good there because of its harbour capacity, even if it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sea zones away. Yeah, I think holding on to this land would be really rather valuable for me. But yeah, Flanders is good. Flanders is real good. Still working on a Bruges core. I want all of this to be core, so that low Franconians never breed. I want to be done with their disgusting culture. They're not exactly French, but they still need to go. Speaking of cultures going, are they doing any more culture conversion? I am truly baffled by when they do and do not do culture enrichment. I've already given them... Oh wait, how in the world did you become spiritualist? I released these guys with humanist ideology. How did you split to spiritualist so quickly? I suppose there are a lot of events that push people towards spiritualist, but I think that is severely dampening the AI's desire to do cultural enrichment. Of course, sometimes they start it and then they immediately stop. Ah, this is more like it. Look at that. Although you are also spiritual, I don't get it. If somebody can suss it out, great. If somebody can mod it out, even better. But I think in 1.0.8, they made a fix to how the AI does cultural enrichment. And the intention was to stop them from doing it when it's impossible, but the actual implementation just stopped it. Which I was unsurprisingly unhappy about. Okay, this went a lot faster than expected. We've gotten our toehold in Central America. Here's a question. Do I want this to be my capital of whatever colonial nation I'm making here? The harbour capacity is garbage no matter how you slice it. How are the RGOs? Maize, fruit, wild game, beeswax. Oh, but chili right on the border and cocoa nearby. Marble is here. Alright, sure. Any brilliantly bright ideas for a name for this place? Central, well, there'll probably be a few of them. I might even give you all of this. Hang on, I don't even know about this land, do I? There could be anything here and we haven't explored it. Surprising. Alright, here you go. Jock Atten. It's called Belize in real life. Central Highlands. Big Mexico. Is it going to be that big? I don't think so. Well, isn't around Mexico City the real highlands around here? Well, I can't think of anything better, so on you go. You know what? There was nothing wrong with Belize. I like keeping the highland idea for Mexico if we ever get that far. Where are those remaining French troops? Mosquito Coast. Guadalajabardine. It's getting more and more ridiculous. You'd imagine so, because it's Orlov weighing in. Alright, was there something else I was concerning myself with there? Yeah, I'm a little concerned that I don't see anything here. No, it was here. If I want to explore there, I have to explore from an adjacent area, and this market almost certainly does not have the goods for exploring here. Okay, there's no way I'm manually moving the goods over there. I cannot be ringed, so that can remain unexplored for a while. Are there more places to colonize? There's a few. But I'm satisfied with how we are right now, especially while I'm busy with this war with France. I don't want to stop and start. There'll be plenty of peacetime with France. I'm glad we're getting our full artillery bonus here. But I'm concerned about, this, the French army. Probably going to go and wipe you out. Yep. This is what I worried about, bringing in my subjects. Costing me precious war score. Well, I say precious war score. Did you actually cost me anything there? Hold on. Not 0.15 war score. I'll never recover from that. I was hoping the French would spend their time sieging something so I could then move my cavalry over to ruin their freaking life. But as it stands, the horrors of sieging down France are dawning hard on me. Alright, in that case, you guys just take a step back. Couldn't help but notice that we got a core on Bruges, which is really rather nice. How are those Scots doing? Well, they've had better days. I need to work on the Irish, and since we already have Bruges now cored, I'd love to come back and really eradicate the Low Franconians in Bruges. But they're not an accepted culture, so they will be outbred by the Highlands in due time. So I want you to work on assimilation. Probably get a head start on these bleeding Irish. It's going to take forever. I'm going to do this as an area once I'm done with the Scots. But one must focus on crushing the Scots first. I heard there's a hoi hoi tan, and I hate it. Hoi hoi tan. If only I was expanding in Brazil, but I'm not. Hoi hoi tan. Those BRs really get around. We'll have you integrated in no time. Question is, where do we go from there? Brittany is another good area for integration. Brittany itself, probably not a bad target for integration. They are going to take a while, but I still get my 10-1 on them. That is certainly going to take a wee while. And it's going to cost me all of my remaining diplomats too, isn't it? I'll hold off then. Diplomats and subject opinion is a tight thing right now. I could pay for more of it, but who pays? Not this guy. Too busy being rich. Rich as the Highlands. It's unthinkable. Hereford, alright, we finally eradicated the English majority over there. But this one, which we strangely enough already have a core on, still have English majority. And I need to wipe out all the English majorities. Once they're gone, then we can quite happily outbreed them. Although I will, once I'm done with the English majority here, I want to take care of this. Yeah, you have got to go. So many council seats needed for wiping out cultures. You really can't brain dead use subjects for it anymore. And I'd be fine with that if we could understand the rules of when subjects actually do integration, but right now it's inconceivable. I don't understand. They've broken noble marriages. What do you mean? I was able to marry my daughter to a noble. Oh, but, you know, there's a lot of broken things about marriages in general. Entire famous dynasties just get wiped out because they are too shy to breed unless their ruler dictates who they go and marry. What are your thoughts about Victoria 3? It's a game I love to think about playing and I hate to play. The combat is awful, the economy is awful, trading is just garbage, diplomacy is pointless. It's just a horrible, horrible game to play. But there's one thing it really shines for, and that is the pops. Oh, the pop satisfaction, building up the buildings, watching the number go up, that. Oh, get all hot and heavy thinking about it. But then you think, oh god, I have to maintain this war. The front has split, my units are teleporting all over the place. Oh, jeez. I'm trying to trade here, but none of the trade automation that I want to do makes any sense. Oh, woe is me. And I mean, I've spent some sleepless nights playing Vicky 3, but I ultimately think I don't enjoy it. It's just like taking drugs, I assume. Shouldn't make such assumptions. It's something you're just doing to fill a hole. You're not doing it to have fun with it. How did I get Wales back? I threatened war, and Messina just folded like a deck of cards. Wait, what was that pop-up? I missed that. I think it's Portuguese shifting the line again. I don't particularly care about you and your lines. I'm taking what I'm taking. I would really like to explore this, but I really can't be bothered sending people. Well, it's not sending the people, it's sending the goods to market. If I do this exploration, I have to set it from here, and then I have to manually go to London and send all the goods down to one of these markets to get this done. And just thinking about doing that makes me not want to do it. Another month, another ditched long play. That's exactly what we picked. Ditched! It's a little bit on ice, but it is not ditched, Andarius. And you are the last person I want to hear that from. What's the percentage of Andarius long plays that have been ditched? Is it 100%? Because it certainly feels like it. Oh, man. We're going to have our farthest frontiers. We're just not having it right now for extremely obvious reasons. Ah, man. I gotta hand it to France. Having all these forts is really, really good for them, but the problem is forts are just so trivial to pay for. If I were playing as France in this kind of situation, I'd have double or triple the amount of forts. Operation Screw the Highlanders in full effect. I also don't know where his army is. Oh, I know where his army is. Getting there seems like a bit of a pain in the bum, but let's get our units down there regardless. Whilst we once again take forever to siege a province with maximum cannons. And we got the Frenchest frontiers. That's what we really asked for. If I can take a few more forts, we can actually just carve our way through here. Orléans doesn't block this. So if I take Bourges, I'm actually most of the way there. Could you just get there? No, you still got to go around. Well, that's fine. Make your way around then. The French are up for my breaking them apart peace deal, but I don't see a good reason that we can't push this one to 100%. What is that, Ninja? Yeah, what is that? Yes! By this point, you'd think I'd memorize the series of characters that is the Mario race. But yeah, you know, it's been a bit of a while before somebody's kept the torch burning for the Mario race. I'm always happy to see it burn. How can you measure up against this community when it comes to age-old platforming? Oh, yeah, once again, the Danes could sneakily get me, but they refuse to. How could I get Denmark out of this war, anyway? What? Excuse me? I don't even have any war score in Denmark, so I can't demand anything. But what if... Denmark, tell me more about your navy. Okay, Denmark's getting absolutely screwbarred here. I will commandeer half of the 37th Navy. We don't have 37 navies, but we're calling it the 37th Navy. We'll split off the 6th Navy from the 37th Navy. Yes, Operation Destroy Denmark is now in full effect. Give me... screw it, take the entire heavy fleet. I want it there to block any Danish heavy actions. Denmark is tired. They're about to be a lot more tired when I'm done with them. I'm also just looting as we go. Typical Scottish behaviour. But Jake, you're playing as Highlanders, not Scots. Well, as I've maintained from the start, the difference between a Highlander Scot and a Lowlander Scot is simply that a Highlander Scot is more poor than a Lowland Scot. And a Lowland Scot is already taking the biscuit for being poor. That's your confounded heavy right there. That's fine, though, as long as I can avoid you and destroy you. Blip. Very nice. You maintain around... Actually, just maintain over there. There's no problem with it. Get the heavy fleet over here to prevent any Danish shenanigans. I wonder what it's like playing this in multiplayer. It must be hectic. The world is so big and there's so much to pay attention to. Why am I taking hostile attrition here? Because we're days at sea. That's strange to me because I was quite certain that I would have had naval range clinically over here. I would expect to take this if they have some kind of hostile buildings. But they don't. Anyway, that smidgen of hostile stuff is no big deal for me. I would love to know how much blockade capacity I need for here. But the game does not want to tell me how much blockade capacity I need for here. So we're just going to take a shot in the dark and assume that 4 barks will be okay. All bark and all bite. Let's see how you perform. Yeah, it seems like 4 is fine. I like doing 8 because 8 just seems like a nice number to keep itself safe. But as it happens, I'll just go around. And I know that there's an automated command for this. The question is, do I trust the automated command? You know what? Maybe I do. Maybe, just maybe, I do. Get those Danish buggers blockaded automatically. I'll see how you perform at that. What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Holy crap, does any of the automated naval buttons work? Do you already have to have them split? Well, it says right here that it'll spread out and blockade. Maybe you do need to split them into a ton of them. Alright, let's give it a go then. The problem is I can't split from this view, which is irksome. I have to go into each of them and split and split and split. Oh, man. It's kind of unforgivably bad UX. Right, is that even enough to manage this? I'm not sure it is. On the EU4, there was buttons in this view to split them, and hotkeys. And you press V to detach one as well. Okay. Less crying, more making the Danes cry. Alright, all of you, your objective is to blockade these ports. Git. By the way, you have naval commanders that have blockade efficiency bonus, but one naval commander is only going to be able to blockade one area, so what does that do exactly? Feels like it's designed for Hoi 4, where you'd have one... oh god, what are the terms for them? The big boy commander who looks over the little boy commanders. That was kind of added after I was fairly done with Hoi 4. And to be fair, most people should be fairly done with Hoi 4 rapidly. Right, how do you feel about this, Denmark? I'm hoping it's not very good. Yeah, there we go. Funny that, the Danes feel extremely good again about peace. Yeah. So here's one thing I really love about EU5. Naval is powerful. There's situations that I wish you could do in, say, EU4, where you arrive in India and you don't want to start a land war. There's 500 million of them. But if you blockade them, it's just, okay, so what? What do you expect to do here? In EU5, naval and the power to blockade a nation is very powerful. It's not just that I can do this and get a peace deal with Denmark. It's also the fact that if I just continued to do this, blockades are one of the few ways to build up meaningful war exhaustion. So I would be able to 100% Denmark by letting this build up to 100, and it would build up. Anyway, this campaign is not about taking everything off of Denmark. But, it would be amiss not to at least take some money, right? Is it even a problem that you're allied with France? I don't think it is, because you're such an easy punching bag for me. Field Admiral, thank you. Field Marshal and Field Admiral. That's what I was probably thinking about. I can humiliate the Danes. Oh, exemption from sound toll. That could actually be useful for future trading. Geez, I'm not sure it's worth more than the money, but if you're allied to France, you're never going to be losing that sound toll. But being able to trade over here without having to pay sound tolls is actually quite good. Might even be worth more than the 500. Plus, I'll get the money out of the war reps anyway. Take Bornholm for old time's sake. No, I don't want to blob for the sake of blobbing. That's good though, right? We get our sound toll free, and he's paying for it. Bornholm is a site for an important colony. Oh? Province capital? I'm a little confused as to why that wasn't available in the peace deal. Wait, is Bornholm part of Schwewatz? Oh, it's part of Zeeland. Oh, interesting. Why did I think this was called Hueland? Oh, Zeeland, Hueland, of course. Anyway, that's quite excellent. So, yeah, no more sound tolls for me, and Denmark pays me for the privilege. And the cost in war score is, well, nothing. So, good job, lads. I will concede, once you've broken up your army, the way that it automatically does blockades is very nice, but blockade efficiency is useless, and dividing up your navy like that is painful. Maybe there's a better way somehow, but heaven help me, I don't know what it is. While we're at it, if I want to squeak out more war score, I may as well go and continue Operation Screw France. It's a very real and powerful operation. Unfortunately, I still have quite a few heavies over there. In that case, maybe bring rather a lot of lights, so he's less inclined to go for it. And then the rest of you go and rejoin up with my king, actually. My rulers just love sailing around boats. And that's not because I actually think they're good at doing that. It's to push up my naval. Always try and get yourself above 25 naval. It enables an amazing event that just showers you in money, which is my favorite kind of shower. You've been out of the loop for several weeks. Did you ever manage to colonize that empty land plot in the UK faster than the Pope? Oh, you've been out of the loop. I see. No, the Pope out-colonized me here, which cost me 20 prestige, by the way. But Mycene somehow took this off of the Pope and took Italian land off of the Pope. Ambitious Mycene, God knows how. It's not like they're allied with the Emperor or anything. And I threatened war on Mycene to take it back today. So it is now mine, as it should be. I can still keep these naval fishing boats off of Denmark. I wonder if I pay for them. There's probably some maintenance and sailors. What is that? That's the 3rd Navy. The 3rd Navy actually does cost me 0 sailors, so I could keep these. Does it cost me money? 3rd Navy, are you on my naval maintenance? Is it these 31 fishing boats? Because that is 31, and those are all fishing boats. You know what? For a capacity of 6,200, I pay 0 sailors, and I pay 0.08 ducats, compared to paying 22 for my hulks. I'm keeping these boats. Thanks, Denmark. Now that is broken for sure. There is no way you're meant to steal levies. Even in combat, you can only steal... even in land combat, you can only steal regulars. But, yeah, thanks, Denmark. You are the gift that keeps on paying. Names mod for this game might be interesting for you. I could research about it. If you could figure out how to do name modding, I would love to hear about it. Because I like putting in chatters into the games, and this seems like a really good one. I mean, hell, we could even put you in as dynasties. Although dynasties like to come and go. That said, we've got a lot of names. I need to think about the implementation. Anyway, that is a brilliant idea, and I reckon we should do it. I've got a Christmas break coming up, and what better use of my own vacation than to think about streams. If you do that, then I might have you move over to Bois, and you can take 2. But I want the French dead. Yeah, what else is new? It's just getting to those French is proving difficult. Ah, Castile. My good friend Castile is on the case. Excellent. Yeah, I'm pushing for 100% here. There's no good reason not to that I can think of. If you disbanded them, who gets the pops back? Yeah, I believe Denmark gets the pops back. Okay, here's a question. When you raise your land levies, you lose RGO production. When you raise naval levies, do you lose any production? We will receive a raw materials output minus 20% and food production 20%. So let's take one of these that we know came from a location. We know that you came from Roskilde. Does Roskilde now produce less wheat because of... You are not getting these boats back, Denmark. Thank you. Good night and much love. Beautiful. Is there anything more beautiful than a Dane under duress? This is a little less beautiful. I know they have a heavy ship here. This could go very much not my way. Yeah, I think even one heavy ship is enough to steer this battle in a not good way for me. In fact, it's actively not going in a good way for me. Okay, better get out of there then. Did I lose all of my boats there? I think I did, and I think he's on the war march. I feel like I didn't get the pop-up for one of those battles, but yeah, fair enough. I cannot maintain that blockade. I should have sent down some heavies. Goodbye, my navy. And if you could get out there quick as you can, that would be great. No, you guys are just wiped out. Says I didn't lose anything, but I think I lost approximately everything. Oh well, I knew the risk, I took the risk, and I shouldn't have taken the risk. As a Dane, this time period wasn't a great one unless you enjoy being a punching bag. That happens to the best, right? I think Denmark came out of this era a little bit better than Moray did. Moray in the news, I was delighted to see. A bridge blew down, and they said, oh, we don't have the money to repair this, so we started begging for handouts. Oh, hang on. Oh, jeez, I thought you were there already, but you weren't. That means I can handle this. Yeesh, I need to pay more attention to what I'm doing. Occasionally. There we go, that way I can maintain the blockade, and blockades are important. I love how important blockades can be, though. The French need to die, though. As a matter of priority. Will you be visiting the homelands for Christmas? Oh, hell no. Traveling to the UK this time of year is miserable. I mean, traveling to the UK in general is miserable enough, but no thank you this time of year. Jeez, the French cannot be very happy with remaining in this war. But I should 100% them so that I can get everything. Because I'm going to be fracturing them, I might as well fracture them to the maximum. They no longer know how to build bridges anymore. Yeah, lost technology. Wasn't even a very big or important bridge, but down it went. So this is where the French have an interesting advantage over me. They can maneuver around me really well. Even though I'm taking all these forts, it's not enough. Because the French have forts bleeding everywhere. I think I could improve everything considerably if I start doing some levy occupations over here. And so I shall. If nothing else, it spooks them because they go, oh no, we're under siege in a lot of places. But like I said, I think this is one of those wars that we go for 100% and we don't look back. Which also means now is a good time to be bringing in the additional subjects who I was keeping in reserve. Because I can also help out with these. These sieges, that is. And they've got good control over their own land, so they can bring plenty of levies to the sieges, and some of them even have some half-decent regular troops. Does make their country strength look a bit bad, but... Oh, I finished my integration, right? I believe Brittany was next on the lopping and chopping blocking. Begin. Brittany's too big for their briefs, and they don't seem to want to culturally enrich anymore. They did a good job, right? A lot of people live in Rennie, and they culturally enriched most of them. Yeah, they did a damn good job. The trouble is they didn't do anything around Nantes. But I reckon what I do is I integrate all of the Bretons, because I've still got this insulating layer of subjects. And then because it's one nice big chunky area called Brittany, then it's a good target for cultural enrichment area-wide. Speaking of which, Scots are on the back foot. The Scots have been wiped out up in Buckie. Even in Aberdeen, they're reduced down to 32%. Only around here is the main issue. He likes it. He likes it a lot. So much cultural enrichment to do. Oh, God. Getting hot under the collar at the very thought of wiping out the Scots. Will you take Paris this time? There's no good reason to take Paris. I have it in my clutches. It's very easy for me to take in a war. And there's one thing that I still want to steal there that I haven't managed to take yet. I need to figure out how exactly to get the Notre Dame de Paris out of Paris and cart it all the way over to Londaine. What was it that was really, really over the top that I stole for Londaine? It wasn't the Seal of Paris. It wasn't the Crown of Constance. What was it? What's the Catalan Atlas? Huh, I'm not seeing it. Maybe it didn't get taken to Londaine, but then where else would it have been taken to? It's important, so I'm going to check it. It's not important at all, but it's important to me. Tell me about my works of art, please. Throne, sword, summer, Stonehenge. Seal of Paris, Scepter Seal, Scarlet God, Cost Ball, more Regalia. Yeah, there we go. Mont Saint-Michel. Rising dramatically from a tidal island off Normandy's coast, Mont Saint-Michel originated a small oratory early, grew into and we just stole the whole damn thing. And carted it over to where? Oh, damn. I thought we'd actually physically stolen the whole bloody thing. Oh well. My hopes and dreams are shattered by that. Yeah, no, I thought we'd carted it over. Well, I still want to cart over the Notre Dame. I'm not giving up on that idea. Oh, crumbs, I took naval levies, not land levies. Oh, that's a bummer. Because I think I have to manually go and... Wait, no. I can do this, right? I can do this, and I can right-click disband... No, dot disband levies. I want to... Oh, yeah, that is disband levies. Whew. Yeah, I made a mistake there. I wanted to raise my army levies. I thought something looked a little weird when I was raising them. Lads, take everything not nailed down. Everything not nailed down. If it's not fused with the crust of the earth, I want it. French heads must roll. How are they doing on cultural enrichment down here, by the way? No. I mean, some of them are just going 100%. Some of them... Yeah, okay, the Basque are real self-hating people. They want to eradicate themselves. I really, really don't understand the logic as to how and when they're starting and stopping. But start and stop they do. I doubt they nailed the Notre Dame's foundations to the ground. And even if they did, see if you can remove the nails. Sadly, our chance has been and gone for this war unless I let them retake Paris. And I'm not even sure if it works that way. Come on, grab them all. We have places to siege. I'm just getting to work on these forts. I'm even going to siege the places that the AI is sieging. Because you should never, ever trust the AI to not drop a siege. Oh, they love to drop a siege. 49% on this siege. Oh, but hang on, I could walk over to this nearby village and roast it instead. They'll take the opportunity to disappoint wherever possible. Somewhat expected the French Navy to come and have a go. Hang on, is that where their heavies are or something? That is just bang out of order. A slight problem, I'm not engaging. Takes a while for my boats to actually get in range. Although once they are in range, yeah, we splat them. Did that say the Gulf of Ross? Why did these barks not actually get together with you? Where did my boats go? He's here, but... There you are, just hiding. He's shy. It's kind of difficult to read what's going on there. It's not difficult to read what's going on here, though. My Castilian ally just shattering out. Somehow I knew that the Spanish would let me down again. I used to have a lot of nasty things to say about Spaniards, but I went to Spain this year, and I enjoyed myself immensely, and I take back a lot of the horrible things I said about Spaniards. So if we have Spaniards watching this, I'm sorry. Sorry for a lot of things. But my time in Andalusia was amazing. Don't know of any whole buildings taken, but the Swedes did nab a fountain and some statues in one of our many wars. Well, don't worry, if it's any takeaway, the Swedes are pretty irrelevant today. They tried so hard and they got so far and they just froze to death. Overextension. What a shame. Should have focused on breeding. Take a lesson from the Krogans. I need to get better at orchestrating large wars. I feel very inefficient the way I'm doing this. I got very, very good at orchestrating large wars on a budget in EU4. And here it just feels like it's very awkward because you can't just smash the enemy, divide up and conquer. There are so many forts, so much land to care about. I feel like the real ticket is to not get the war score, but to crush their war enthusiasm. And that gets a massive bonus to taking stuff. But in this war in particular, I need 100% because I plan on shattering him here and here. Just shattering once, I think, is enough for the... We are too fractured. Wait, does that stack? Oh, it does stack. Interesting. So I have to ask myself if I actually want that minus 60. I was expecting to be minus 30. It's not minus 30. I still think if I just completely remove France from the equation, things will go my way, though. But I have to ask myself what I want here. I'd like to have another insulating layer over here. What to do with the French? He'd really hate that. That would be a big shattering, wouldn't it? Yeah, minus 120 on the shatter meter. That is already some good shattering, though. What I could do is not necessarily shatter him, but instead reach deeply into him so that I can always work my way around his crummy nation. Yeah, something like that. That's exceptionally cruel. It's also exceptionally expensive. But it is thinking the right way, I reckon. Yeah, something like that. Gives me a lot of freedom to move and penetrate into him at any angle. Doesn't leave him with a lot of freedoms. I like it. I like this horror show. And it's cleanly under 100, and there's nothing else I need to enforce in this war. Very good. EU5, new patch. Has it been 30 minutes already? I don't know. I waited 2 weeks for the naval fixes. It was not a pleasant wait. But it was worth the wait. Oh, it does feel good triumphing over France, though. It was the main goal of the run, but I feel really happy about how quickly I was able to get it done. As in, within about 100 years, we were competitive. Makes me wonder what start would be more disadvantaged than Mori. Mori's start is pretty brutal, but you do have the advantage of having some fairly easy-to-prey land, right? One good smack of England, and you've got the British Isles. And the British Isles are pretty damn good in this game. Good RGOs. Pretty safe area to hold. Don't worry, useless subject. I will save you. Oh god, I'll more than save you. These poor French are getting rinsed. Not being a subject, for one. I think not being a subject would make it harder. We were able to get a lot of help in our independence war, but... Yeah, it's a special situation, though, because France guaranteeing your overlord is kind of a kiss of death. I needed to bring so much firepower to bring France down, it wasn't even funny. I suppose it was kind of funny. No true heir for Big Follows. Big Follows is a fun time. We'd have this war won if battles from war score wasn't ludicrously low. But it is absolutely tiny. And of course the Castilians are costing me on this one. Couldn't win a war to save their lives, these Castilians. Can't beat Mali, can't beat destroyed France. Alright, you there. My other son. Wait, other son? If I've got another son to put in charge of stuff, then that would be pretty good for my crown power, which has been struggling immensely ever since the new dynasty took over. Please get in charge, McLaughlin. And I need you to breed. I need you to breed like you've never bred before. Breed me a lot of sons or exclusively daughters. That's how this works. And I guess I just marry a noble unless there's somebody worth marrying into. I could solidify... Ooh, how about Hungary? Wasn't I desiring an alliance with Hungary so that I could force Gaelic upon them? I am improving relations with them. You know what, Hungary? I think the time is now. Give me your fine... Oh. Yeah, the menopause update made this a little awkward, didn't it? On the other hand, she will die eventually. And then we can have McLaughlin get himself some prime new breeding sow. Because even if McLaughlin's pushing 46, he can still have his soldiers march. But that dried up sultana of a womb here isn't really going to provide us with the young supple flesh we hope for the dynasty. Even so, let's consider Hungary. If I weren't at war, they would actually ally me, and then I can build up favours and force them all to speak Gaelic, which is the real goal here. I want Gaelic to be a powerful language so that my nobility are happy to speak it. And Hungary is my backdoor entrance here. And I have a feeling that backdoor entrance is the only thing available in this marriage. But if I don't need the marriage anyway, then maybe it's fine. No, I think I should take it anyway. Ugh, she'll be dead soon. Just enjoy your menopausal bridal bed. Wait, they don't want to. The reasons to accept are minus 74. Ah. Wait, why do you care about that? Age of consort minus... That's not yours to care about. That's me. Let's see if they deny that anyway. It was declined. They do not understand the benefits of mutual relationships. Did we get a penalty for that? No, we didn't. It was a waste of a diplomat, but still. Bit of a shame. Oh, look at that sad look on his face. He was looking forward to his 46-year-old bride. Could marry Bohemia. Might help keep them off my back. And that looks considerably better breeding material. And I don't plan on attacking Bohemia directly anytime soon, so just get in there. But yeah, it looks like I could still get that alliance when the war is over, assuming that coalition target isn't a bigger deal once all is said and done there. Could I perhaps send over you? No, Hungary does not have any male possibilities for marriage. But yeah, getting an alliance with them and building up favours in order to force them to speak Gaelic is the dream here. Because you want to see a really sickening map mode. The French tongue has no power here. Gaelic in Iberia, Gaelic in the Isles, Gaelic in Normandy, Gaelic in the New World. And Gaelic's power is growing. If you get your language power above 50%, then the nobles will be happy to have it as your language. And that's just a free bonus to how the nobility feel. And that translates to tax. And I like taxing. You need to change Poitou's language. Yeah, I wonder how Poitou managed to escape my language ways. That said, Poitou is on the chopping block for integration, so it's probably not a big deal. I think there's a limit to how often I can do this. Maybe there's not. Go on then, change court language. They're not happy about it, but they'll see the funny side. Yeah, how do you think Poitou managed to survive? I think it's because Poitou was a historical subject. Then again, so was Brittany. And I don't recall changing Brittany's court language. Guess I just love Gaelic too much. What a mystery. Don't have an answer to it. Where are my horses? Yeah, I think I spotted the French moving around somewhere. An insult? Antwerp, how could you do this? I don't particularly care about Antwerp or whatever CBs they end up with. Is there a Celtic language group? I believe so. Oh, jings. Yeah. Maybe I should have abandoned this useless siege and saved my friends. They're not my friends. He's a funking idiot. Orkney have been throwing Casus Belli at me since time immemorial. There is a desire to eventually extinguish the Orkney threat. Plus, they managed to absorb a lot of population. Population that should be rightfully mine. I wonder if he's heading up north to deal with the levy sieges that I've got up there. It's also possible that he wants to move on Paris. Either way, I don't want him making any moves there. I want to continue my... Oh, Crivens, how did I miss Brussels? Brussels is in Brabant. That's not even part of the French region. So it's not really what we're looking for in this run, but it's still war score against the perfidious France. What is he up to? I think he is going for Paris. No, he's going for Moulin. Of course. It feels as if many generations have been working on starving the French out of their castles at this point. Well, it's somewhat working. Paris is now below 70,000. We've knocked another about 100,000 people out of Paris in this war alone. I'm quite proud of what we've achieved here. One should always be proud of reducing the French population. Uh-oh. I do not like handing them this war score on a silver platter. Please hold out. Hold out a little bit longer. No, they decided to run away. Ah, jeez. Now I'm the one that needs to hold out. Okay, well, some of them arrived a little too early and immediately lost to me. But my levies can and will hold against this. Okay, very good. Bye, France. Jolly good. Keep the peasant levies there. Where are my... Wait, what happened here? It's like the levies joined with my unit for some reason. Get those stinking levies out of here. How did that happen? How did I get the levies conjoined to me? Undesirable. Is there a castle here? Yeah, there is. Pretty close to 100% on the French. Pretty damn close, in fact. Still want Tours to be mine, but Bois remains a problem. Are you guys even involved in this war? Yeah, they just don't want to put in any effort. Don't worry, I can relate. Oh man, we're so close on the war. But if it's not 100%, I won't be able to do disastrous things to the French. Can anyone extol to me the virtues of being a Highlander? Being a Highlander but not living in the Highlands is where the real double-dipping benefit is. Because Scotland's a bit of a grim place to live. There are a lot of benefits to living in Scotland, but just hard to escape how grim a reality it is. Life as a Scotsman is largely subsidised by England. Thank you, England. Free healthcare, free glasses, free dentistry up to 18, free university. That's a pretty big one. You know, I hear all this generational debt caused by just wanting to send your kids to university in certain third world countries. And my heart bleeds for them, but at the same time, not my problem. Prospering monastery. Down in southern Wales. Well, if they want to be prosperous, they can have it. You get a lot of events that give you legitimacy, even when you're capped on legitimacy. I've started to wonder if it's a good idea to save money by just keeping your legitimacy at 90. But that does impact crown power by 1%. If that's all it does, then maybe it's worth doing just for the benefit, but it's not worth the micro, I think. Anyway, enjoy your prosperity. How are you feeling about the reboot of the Highlander movies? There were Highlander movies. I don't watch television, so I'm unlikely to have an opinion on such things. I don't watch television or movies. I watch about one movie a year. Wow, what an annihilation, these poor buggers. Oh, would you look at that? Castile decided the best thing to do with that siege was to drop it. Yeah, textbook AI moment there. There's so many bleeding things to occupy in France, but we're working well here. I brought in my subjects so they could aid me with occupations here, but really the good work is being done by my levies now. Personally, when I hear about academic debt, I laugh, but I'm cold as ice. Well, it is quite funny. And it reaches silly numbers as well, like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of whatever local monopoly money currency you have. But yeah, third world problems, so what do I worry about? I think it's free in Hungary as well, but I wouldn't claim to know or care. Anyway, thank you, England, for paying for all the benefits of being Scottish. And okay, I knew I wanted to get a head start on the cultural eradication of the Irish. And it's making a better head start than I expected, actually. To the point where I think I should actually stop doing it here and do assimilation up north as well, because control is really bad here. And then when I do the whole area, I will sweep up and clean out whatever's left. Oh man, there's not a lot of Scots left. I think it was about 30% here. It's down to 17. There's somehow some Norns here. Don't want to know about that. Here in Iceland, the student loans are index bound. They grow with inflation. They're meant to only grow with inflation when you take out a student loan in Scotland. But we had deflation for a while, and the loans didn't shrink, so that was a bit of a con. You don't need the loan to pay for university, but it could be a nice thing to subsidize yourself. I indeed took some. Slightly regret it, to be honest. That money went to my head. But I mean, where else is it going to go? We are so close to 100% on these accursed French. I wonder if there are any low-hanging occupations. There are, actually. Let's go and grab those and see if that's enough. Are the English or the Scots going to disappear first? Off of the map, the Scots are likely to disappear first, unless I give up on this. To be honest, wiping out the Scots is not beneficial for the campaign. The Scots are a fully accepted and even liked culture group, or culture. So it's actually not bad having Scots in, but I just don't like having this yellow stain, especially since it kind of decapitates my nation a bit. So we're going to continue wiping out the Scots. If the Scots just come down to one province, then I'll probably provincially wipe them out. What I should be focusing on is wiping out the Irish. And sadly, one of my subjects, for reasons I cannot understand, even though he has all of the good things for flipping the Irish to Gaelic, refuses to do so. The game actually, as far as I'm aware, does not have AI for nations using their cabinet members, so that's why it looks like they do really, really weird things. If you tag switch over to AI, they do weird things like they try to push their societal values in a direction that it cannot go. Alright, we are a hair's breadth away from 100%. And there's a whole lot of not much they can do against that. Post this culture map mode screenshot, make Dark Young die instantly. I'd smashed that button really hard. I'd press the second time just in case it didn't register the first time. And then I'd hit it again just in case it's acting as an on-off switch. Give him credit where it's due. He's pretty good at peak. He is not a liability on your team in peak, but maybe that's just because I'm comparing him to the other players we had. Egad, C Fusion's just... He's a horrible, horrible person to play multiplayer with. Just constantly grieving. Kept running up to me, feeding me poisonous mushrooms, going, oh, you hungry? You hungry? No, not really. Oh, here, eat these. And then time was bad. Alright, the integration is done. Didn't take very long. And maybe I could get away without doing Welsh-wide assimilation. The focus is really on this province. Ugh, I don't know. There are a lot of English down here. The English do need to be wiped out as a matter of priority. You're not the best at it, but... Where, oh where? Again, we can only do one area-wide blast at a time. I think we do need to do this. It needs to be focused here because I won't get the core unless this becomes majority Highlander. I'm afraid you're more of a C Fusion. Oh, hell no. Absolutely not. I'm an excellent person to be multiplaying with. Always looking out for the team. And not just in Peak as well, just multiplayer in general. Alright, there we go. 100%. Does that mean that he can't say no to my glorious peace deal? Looks like he can't. So it's a pretty bad day to be France. I could take a little tickle more. But I strongly suspect that there is no area... Wait, does this not even sort? Sort by war score. I'm not claiming to know where this area is. Where in the world is Pays Messine? I would really like to right-click or middle-click on this place to get it. Where in the world is Morhange? I don't see anything lighting up. What the hell is Morhange? Well, I'm sure it's not important. Upper Alsace. Okay, I certainly don't want any of that. Not Lower Alsace. I can't get anything that's more than 5 or so. I mean, more land is more land, but I've cut this off, so it's not really worth taking anything there. Just have a quick look and see if any of this stuff is reasonable. Well, it's not about being reasonable, it's just about being affordable. Since he has to take whatever peace deal I offer him, I could actually shatter him again, and I don't need to care about how he feels about it. French feelings are not of my concern today. So could I conceivably do something like... No, that's too expensive. I would like to get some kind of split across here. I can't do anything with you, which is a bit of a pain. That's close. It's just a bit too much. I could trim off a few little areas off of it. That would be really, really savage to do to France. And not areas, but locations. But I don't think there's any way I could make this cheaper. There is the idea that if I occupy some of this that isn't currently occupied, it will make it cheaper. Only on the forts, though. You could occupy the Southland, reduce the cost. Yeah, I was thinking about that, but I don't think it'll reduce it by enough. How about this? Oh, that's better. Yeah, I give a little and I take a little. And that allows me to move around a whole lot easier, and it allows him not a lot of freedom for moving around. That is really, really nasty to the French, and it's border gore galore on core. And I even have spare war score left over. I mean, I could shatter him even further. Could do something like taking Périgord. Okay, not something like taking that. But it makes me feel a lot better about integrating these lands, because the French don't really have access to come and ruin my day if I keep these guys on scutage. So it seems particularly nice. I could take this as well. I mean, hell, if I can take land, I want to take land. Oh, the Champagne region makes it nice and clean. Wait, the Champagne region? I thought I had Champagne. No, I've got Brie champagne as opposed to champagne. That is disgusting, but it's going to happen. Thanks for all your help, Castile. Horrifying. Hold on. I almost forgot the important things here. And there are some important things. Grab your best diplomat. And we have a 100 diplomat right here. Set him onto Diplo Corps. Wait, was Diplo Corps the right one? Hold on. We get to double dip here, don't we? We get Diplo Corps because we're the diplomatic hegemon, right? And on top of that, we can still do diplomatic endeavors. So that improved relation gets double boosted. Oh no, this doesn't do diplo relation. It does diplo capacity. I'm sad now. Alright, well, I'll get back to your assimilation. Although I've managed to forget what you were assimilating. Oh dear. I'm still doing that and that. I think it was up there. And then you do the diplomatic endeavors. And then before we finish the war, make sure you grab the prisoners and ransom them. Are they ever going to fix this? I don't know if it's something to fix, but the fact that you get approximately 0 money for it seems a bit not right. And where did I send my cav up to? I think they had some prisoners as well. Yes, you there, cavalry. Tell me about the prisoners. Prisoner taking is a cool mechanic. I just feel like it's not properly fleshed out here. And not least of all, the no money that you get for it. Or the huge amount of money you have to spend on recruiting them properly. Well, I hope you're sufficiently sickened by this, France. I know I am. He still keeps Paris, because I still want the Notre Dame. But he is going to struggle to be a threat now. Unfortunately, I missed a spot. I didn't actually take Roshi Watsits out of this land. But that's okay, it can be dealt with in a future war. As long as he can't get himself together here, or all is well. Being able to take characters as prisoners after battle would make it much more interesting. That would make it a lot more CK3-esque, which I'm always not keen for. Hungary, I want that alliance right now. Can I afford it? I think it'll be fine. With our alliance with Hungary, we will build up favors with them and force them to speak Gaelic using that. Otherwise, we have a bit of a cleanup operation to do here. I'm integrating Brittany. I hope I don't have external cores issue here. I think one of the reasons that I didn't want to take Le Mans was for the core attack, but we still have you, right? Yeah, Lower Ottawa is the go-to for my cores here. Excellent. In that case, there are quite a lot of subjects to pop out here. Unfortunately, I need to check if any of them are really good existing ones. No. Champagne really want these cores back, but they're not getting them. Ah, this is quite good. Is that bar? It is bar. And this is all one area, right? Is it all bar? Excellent. Okay, so bar is someone that I can release, who will make Casus Belli on France in the future. So we absolutely want to create the historical subject of bar. And are we doing vassals here? We are doing vassals here. Thank you, bar. I want to do a quick check on vassal versus fiefdom country strength. The vassals are 31. The fiefdoms are 60. Okay, right. So the ones that we plan on integrating before too long should be fiefdoms. Although that's not an easy sell, is it? The problem is the French are so much more powerful than the Irish or the Middle Englanders. So we need to balance it out by making some fiefdoms as well. That's okay. I was ready for this eventuality. This land is hardly appealing for that, though. Then again, neither is this. Oh well. Custom subject, don't tell me about bar. Just take this. Make it a fiefdom. Bonk. Take this tiny little place as well, make it a fiefdom. Bonk. And then who else? Let's be careful not to give away land that we've already taken and cored for ourselves. But we also want to check for any cores. Nothing useful here, and I do not fancy... Wait, Toulouse? Are you Toulouse? You are Toulouse, and you're not allowed this land. It's not a particularly good map mode-y way to check for cores, in my opinion. And since the French have so many French miners that exist and sometimes lose cores and sometimes don't, it can be pretty hard to know what to let go. I'm not seeing any Frenchies around here, so we'll just do custom all the way down. I think I'll make them all fiefdoms, given how powerful the vassals have become at this point. Now, there is an idea that I could core some of this land myself, but the distance from capital is way too much. You go across water, then across land, it would never amount to anything. It's the coastal land that I want for myself, so I'm going to be focusing on eating these subjects. Most of which are vassals, which is something to keep in mind. So how about custom subject here? Can be a vassal. Who goes there? I don't know, do we have any Randys to give over? We got... Oh, right, if you're a woman, you're going to lose the dynasty. But we got another Randy right here. On you go, Randy. What's this? Country actions off cooldown for improved cultural opinion. I don't care about other cultural opinions. Get real, game. I'll make another vassal over here. Oh. Could bring the new world over home, but I'd rather not. I'd rather look for good Highlanders. No, not the Irish. We do not need to propagate more Irish. Another Randolph. Another Highlander. Sounds good to me. And then the rest, I guess, we'll do fiefdoms, because fiefdom is less of a problem right now. Fiefdom also means I don't need to choose a ruler. It could bite me in the bum before too long, but for now it's fine. And EU5 experience is slowly becoming the superior CK3 experience. Not that slowly. I do not think highly of CK3. Had an amazing release, but just didn't keep up. There we go. So France is turning from blue into other blue. But man, if that doesn't look like complete domination of Gaul. I love it. And the shattering, I think, is going to be incredibly important here. Because especially if I keep all these people on scutage, France is more or less locked inside this ball of hell. Meaning I can just attack from wherever I want and he can't lash out. And these areas will be very, very easy on the periphery to just lay carpet siege to. Poor, poor bloody France. Anyway, poor me. My diplomats are going to be overworked and underloved. I think I actually need to overspend on diplomacy right now just to do everything I need to do. I no longer need to improve relations with Hungary, though. And if anybody really loves me, I don't need to keep working on them either. Does that include you, Plermel? No, but it does include you. Hey, you love me because I helped you in your civil war where you could have annexed France, right? We'll get Brittany done in a few years, and then I'm coming for the rest of them. But right now my diplomats need to be used on setting scutage. And then in time, we will also set them to our culture because we need to give them time to core up the lands as well. Good times. Let's get our armies back where they belong, which... Where do they belong anyway? Just keep them up along here. That's you as well. Quite like that one, splitting off the cavalry as a pure attack stack and then having a reasonably well defended cannon stack. It's very, very similar to how I had actually run in EU4, so no complaints there. And I hope the AI doesn't get their troops stuck in France. I know the control will be low, but it's time to annex your English subjects for the nicer name, if nothing else. You're right about the control being low. Look at the proximity map. It really tapers off when I get to the core, and it sucks inside Wales. Now, part of the problem there is that I'm not building these things that start in R and rhyme with toad. And I just don't have the money for it, right? Who could afford such things with this much gold? But my My estates are doing a great job building half-decent roads here. Yeah, proximity there ain't so bad. Right, one thing I do want to build as a matter of priority in every market that I own are coastal forts. They just improve things, so as long as it's all within here, and I can't imagine there are any coastal forts I could build elsewhere. I don't hold on to towns around here. Then we just build all the coastal forts. Huh, that was nowhere near as much as I expected. I don't care about building limit or peasants or available levels. Build all of them. That was much cheaper than I thought. It gives a flat plus... Well, it gives maritime presence. That's really nice. Wait, I thought coastal fort... Wait, crumbs, this is the wrong thing. I didn't actually want coastal forts. I wanted the other thing. I guess I'll keep the coastal forts. What was the building I was thinking about? Protected harbour, that's it. Protected harbour is what I want everywhere. Yeah, I was thinking, aren't protected harbours considerably more expensive? But yeah, that harbour capacity, that directly affects control. So build those everywhere, and that's quite a bit more expensive. I don't trust it to actually get everywhere. Even when you tell it to mass build, sometimes it goes, oh, you don't really want it here, do you? That's not what mass build means. Alright, very good. Yeah, this Welsh problem needs an answer, doesn't it? What I should do is consider where the control goes to best, and I really love this gameplay. Oh, it feels so good. There's Bristol, there's here. It's pretty hard to get inland from here because it's all hilly or mountainous stuff. Seems like they want to go to Gloucestershire. And I'm kind of sad that Gloucestershire is not a city. Or town, even. Should it be? No, it produces iron, and I want to get all of that iron out for the market. Iron's just always good. What's the capacity here, anyway? It's really, really good in Bristol. Okay, I'm going to do a rare case of actually building a road here. Don't get too excited. I'm going to take Bristol, and I'm going to run a road up to these locations in a slightly desperate attempt to improve control. Costs money, though, and I don't like spending that money. Is there anywhere else that I would really like to improve control and know that I could? This disgusts me. I want to get rid of the stannery courts. So I looked into the event for this one. So you can't destroy the stannery courts until you get this event. Commercialization of tin mining. That event will only fire if your tag is England or Great Britain. So if you conquer these lands, you're keeping stannery courts forever, unless you're able to get 50% control. Oh, but the stannery courts reduce control by 25. Can still be done, though. I got rid of a few of them. And since this silver is worth so much, it's actually worth popping this out as a subject, building them roads to reach there, integrating them, and then getting rid of the stannery courts. And I will consider doing that when I don't have a million other subjects to care about. So not anytime soon, that's for sure. This control will improve when we have our cores going. This inner part, I wonder if I could improve better. See, this is working on its protected harbour. The issue is around here, there's no particularly good... Actually, they're all just base natural harbours, which is not good. Even so... Let's see just how well this can be done. Get your roads going into there. Try and improve it a bit. Anywhere else for better control? Yeah, it doesn't take a lot of coming inland without these roads for control to just shatter. But what you need to do, in my opinion, is just find the place with the best harbour capacity and spread out some roads from there. Spread out roads to low control areas, that is. I'm starting to wonder if that's better than just popping in here and then going there. Ugh, there's a lot not to like about what I'm doing here. Perth. It still bothers me that people like Perth more than Edinburgh. Edinburgh's the ideal place because of the better harbour capacity. But isn't Aberdeen... Aberdeen is better than Edinburgh? Words never uttered in this lifetime. But it is more populous. Has more Scots in it, though, even proportionally. Can you pop a single area subject out? Does it have to be a full province? It has to be a full province. Or at least as much of the province as you own. So if I only owned Barnstabla, I could pop that out as a one location subject. But because I own the whole place, I have to pop them all out. Otherwise, yeah, I would just do one location, one location. It's okay, though. I can pop them out as a single one. It's no big deal. It lacks a cathedral. Yeah, there's something that Edinburgh's lacking. And it is indeed... Well, it's a university and a cathedral. All right, get both of those. Get people flooding over to Edinburgh. I could also, like, get rid of the one in Perth to make it less desirable. How are people moving, anyway? Ah, they're still going to Bleeding Perth! The real ripping off the Band-Aid solution I could do is that I could look at Perth and go, I love pearls. I want to double my RGOs of pearls here. And then just remove the town here. It would remove all the town buildings as well. And it would hurt control, because control is also affected by that. But no, I don't think I will do such a horrific thing to Perth. They've earned it, right? Let's put it that way. There's a large temptation to make a town in Dundee as well, for what it's worth. Dundee is also half decent as a natural harbour. The control would be boosted up. Scumdy. Scumdy. Wait, how do you rename places? I thought there was a way. I thought you could right-click on this and change location name. Maybe a hospital. Maybe I don't think it improves satisfaction. Improves disease resistance. I'm not aware of that improving satisfaction. Just indirectly boosts population by not having them die. Anyway, I was looking towards better places to improve control. Aberdeen actually seems like a good place for it. Control or proximity goes pretty good into Aberdeen. And in terms of roads here, there's none leading to Banff or Braemar and such. Which is kind of sad. Go to Inverurie, go to Braemar. Maybe it's even better to take the road from Aberdeen to Buckie or Kincardine. But you have to ask yourself, at what point is it even worth it? Because they lose 28 going into there. They lose 11 going into Aberdeen. They lose like another 20 or 15 coming down. I don't think it's worth it. I think the roads are good inland, but not beyond that. Loch Aber's Loch, but it's not on the coast. So from here, get those roads going inland. Yeah, from any half-decent location that we get here, we should be doing roads inland. That includes you, Edinburgh. This is definitely something I should be doing when I have the parliamentary debate about improving roads. Save a lot of money doing this. But I'm not sure I care about that. Do I care? Yeah, it's going to be 3 years until then. I'd rather just get this done now. Money comes and money goes and money talks. But yeah, it's more than a little interesting getting the control spread inland. Hull, for example, could go over to here. Yeah, I get on the case then. Just coat the map and roads, it'll be fine. Well, the problem is you need to coat roads going from location to location, depending on a lot of factors, frankly. All right, well, that's a big improvement project for the whole of the Isles, and indeed the mainland. It's going to be good. Brittany gives me 2 more coastal provinces. I'll integrate the other 2 Breton subjects, and this will be culturally enriched. I am very surprised that you're actually putting together a coalition. Surprised and impressed, actually. Whoa! Longer list than I thought. But it's okay. The important thing is that France doesn't join it. So, as is often the case, we will declare war on France when the going is good. And as long as Bohemia doesn't want to coalition us, then I think we're pretty safe. You might say, oh, we'll be safe even if Bohemia do. We've got Castile and Hungary. But no, even I'm afraid of Bohemia. I think I could beat them, but it wouldn't be worth it. There's nothing worth taking off of them. There's no way to cripple them. Yeah, let's just keep Bohemia off of our back. You know what would impress the coalition? Invading Norway. I've been tempted to do so for a long time. I have a good idea on how to do so as well. I could release, what would this be? Sutherland? Sunderland? No, it is Sutherland. I'm thinking of James Sunderland from Silent Hill. I could release them, have them as an added bonus, maybe convert the Norns out of John O'Groats. Then I could sell Orkney this location, and then I could use my subject CB to invade Orkney. Norway gets involved with Sweden, and I sink all of their everything. But it's really not much of a priority. What do I get out of that? I get some useless islands that produce fish. Yeah, what a big windfall. Right, let's get those naval... Wait, levies are raised? I don't have any levies raised, do I? I have 27 naval levies somewhere. Is it you? And these aren't the ones I stole from... No, these are not the ones I stole from Denmark. Where are they? Pretty sure I parked them there. I wonder, did Denmark disband the levies and that actually disbanded the ones I'd stolen from them? I don't think this should exist. Surprised the game didn't crash when I clicked on this. Okay. Goodbye? That's a shame. I thought I could keep those stolen off of the Danes. I do have quite the navy to recombobulate then. You're made out of some heavies and transports. I'm actually going to have you aid my navy over there, because that will improve my crown power. And then the backup heavies... Oh, we've also got some backup lights, don't we? Screw it. You know what? Why doesn't everybody just join that navy? I can figure the rest out. Yeah, I can detach my heavies and whatnot. That'll be fine. During peacetime, I also want my army kept together under Crown Command. Army levies are raised in peace. Okay, well, we'll definitely want to disband all of my levies. I guess they're still farting around in French lands. The Vladimir-Sweden War. Tell me more. Oh, wow. I felt that there was a big power vacuum over in Russia. And it seems like the Swedes are going to fill it in. I have a hard time imagining this land being particularly useful to the Swedes, but I suppose in terms of market, they could grab the cheap furs and move them over. I wonder about fur, right? Fur, when we get the felt hats event in EU4, fur becomes incredibly profitable. But it only has a base value of 2. It barely gives any food. It doesn't have any reduction in transport cost. Explain to me exactly how fur is meant to be good. Is it valuable in any market? We have a marginal demand for them in Dublin, which will probably not even cover the cost of sending it over. Because it's quite distant and there's a sound toll. Yeah, okay. Furs seem kind of crap. Bordeaux lacks food. Bordeaux. I'm not surprised. Bordeaux struggles a bit. I should probably integrate Aquitaine so that I hold on to that market. So I guess I'll integrate Aquitaine in parallel with the remaining Bretons once I have Brittany. But not before. Local privileges? Sure. As long as it's not national privileges. Feke just decided to go back. Oh, we all miss Feke. Well, the colonization seems to be going smoothly over here. Once we have a bit more teeth overseas, it would be nice to do some invasion. Also, so as I was saying before, I wanted to give these Windward Islands away. But when I try to give it to you... Yeah, you say I have no valid provinces, even though it's right next to you, right here. But if we go to the colony that we set up in the region, I should be able to cede entire province. Yeah, they can take them. And make no mistake, I don't want them, so... Huh? Given the lucky rulers the province, they'd better use it wisely. I like that showing just so I'm certain that I gave it away properly. And now it's all held by my colonial subjects. Cuba, Jamaica, Marion, New Man, and... Ooh, I wanted to change your names. You're meant to be the New Hebrides. New? Well, we already have inner and outer, so that's going to have to be it. And it is new. When should I create colonial nations? I have not figured that out rapidly, 01. I've heard tale that when you reach the later ages in the game, the colonial nations start revolting against you, and it's horrible. There are such things as viceroys, which might make it better to hold on to it directly. But something I really enjoy in the grand strategy games is having subjects and even allies that independently operate quite well. So I'm okay funneling rather a lot of money into the into these subjects, kind of building themselves up, because I want to see them kind of dominate overseas. That's why I'm not grabbing all of this land. I just want to see how Nova More can perform over here. Currently, it's not particularly well. The settlements aren't even working because they don't have access to wool, of all things. And actually, this land is pretty garbage. The RGOs are just terrible. I mean, lumber's nice, but they've got lumber for days. Their market went in a really, really bad position, so market access is quite grim. Their control is also grim, and just everything's grim about this place. But maybe they can figure it out. They have a time head start. Cuba should perform a lot better. Their RGOs are amazing. Cocoa, fruit, tobacco, chili. That is some terrible, terrible control, though. The problem is it's growing very slowly. I guess they're picking and choosing where to do the improved control. Wait, control is going down? They can figure it out. Yeah, it might take a while for the population to stabilize. They really need to bolster it, probably with slaves. How Nova More can perform, says Black Winds. Their best goods are pickled herring. Come on, Jake. Well, they were the first colonial nation. I'm sure they can do something with that. I should honestly just get rid of Greenland. I only took it so that other AIs wouldn't get there before me. But I wouldn't have a problem just spitting them out as their own independent state. The issue is that this would have to go, otherwise Norway would just intervene. So I guess in the inevitable war with Norway, I guess I'll take Greenland off of them. And then, maybe I'll just make a little fiefdom up here and see how they perform on their own. Otherwise, I'm happy to let these colonizations carry on unabated. I think I am, at least. Yeah, there's a lot of colonization going on, but it's coming along swimmingly. And maybe once we have an actual market set up, I can be bothered to explore further south. I want potatoes. Take all the northern islands. What, in the New World? I really don't want this Arctic hellhole. The part of the issue is the climate. Arctic lands are just bad. I think you should actively avoid them. Even if you're in this wonderful opportunity to annex all this land, why would you? At best, leave it to a subject, because it's just awful. Population capacity down, supply limit down, development down, life expectancy down, winters severe. Means for half the year, you're not going to be able to have your buildings progress. It's just awful. And, if you want it to be good, you want control, so you want to focus capital near it. But you definitely don't want an Arctic capital. Some areas are just severely disadvantaged. And by contrast, some areas are significantly advantaged. Is there a more perfect province than Alexandria? It's got farmlands, coastal, and it's Mediterranean. Massive population capacity, very attractive land. Yeah, Mediterranean is the way to live around here, which makes areas like this just fantastic. Boon for Granada, I suppose, if they get off the ground. Boon for Catalonians. Boon for Italy, because Italy needed more boons. But, Oceanic's pretty good, and Continental is fine. But Arctic is just god-awful. Give me tropical, give me subtropical, just don't give me Arctic. If I were playing as Perm, first order of business would be to migrate. What do you think about E5 AI so far? Seems to be passive. In the latest update, they're far more aggressive, is what I've heard of, but I would like to see it in action a bit more myself. I absolutely need a crown individual here. Yeah, what happened to me leading the fleet? I think my subordinate took over. Because my poor crown power is struggling. And I want my armies together in the most food-producing area here. There's approximately 1 guerrillion food being made around here, so that's fine. Get your buttocks over to Ark. And get together under the command of my heir. Who you can't have because he's busy with some boats somewhere. Where is he busy with some boats somewhere? Oh, Crivens. I thought I moved these boats back. Give me you. Get rid of you. And then get all these boats to go and aid you. I will split off the rest of my navy at some point, but for now I want control in crown hands. I wonder if they'll ever change the whole getting crown power from leading your armies. I feel like that should only be an at-war thing. Because otherwise it just leads to this kind of micro-exploitation whilst at peace. Wait, that is not who I just put in charge here. I am quite certain I put my son in charge. Go, Leopold. There we go. And that will significantly boost crown power from 37% to 43%. That is quite significant. Because that's a direct multiplier on my trade income. Gosh, that is rather nice. So yeah, I think the AI has improved a fair bit, but I haven't played around with it enough to be sure. Right. Oh, we didn't remain economic hegemon. I wanted to make use of force divert trade. That way I could have stolen huge amounts of trade income, but how in the world did I get overtaken? 1769. Oh wow, I guess the Chinese just had a bad year and a very, very good year. That or I was just making big bank on the war. Oh well, still the diplomatic hegemon at least, and we love being cultural hegemon. But we're here because there are actions that I need to do. I need to focus on scootage big time. Sadly, each of these cost a diplomat. I'm actually kind of glad that diplomatic actions are a bit taxing on the amount of diplomats that you have. Kind of forcing you to do the investment, and it is a big investment. All of the money that I make from my subjects and then some gets reinvested in diplomatic spending. Alright. What am I doing with my boats here? I think I want to split off all of the heavy boats. Except maybe for 3 of them, in case you ever get caught in a compromising bit of combat. And my heavy boats are going to sit around in Montreal on scootage. And then you guys just keep balanced out. Hopefully with a heavy fleet at the front. And all is well. Yeah, I've heard bad things about native play, but I really haven't played much. I've done this campaign, the Golden Horde campaign, in my spare time. I did some Ryukyu and Cyprus. So yeah, it's not like I have tons of experience in this game. That's okay, I'm not looking to binge that. Well, yes and no. I'm having my fun with EU5, I'll put it that way. Don't think many of these things are worth caring about. Sadly, you can't seem to dismiss these things permanently. I want to get rid of RGO missing employees because I don't care. It's good news. And it's not exactly something I can do anything about, but it keeps popping up regardless. And then there's the cyclones. Constant hurricanes in Scotland. A sight to behold. Oops, I completely forgot about you. You're meant to be assimilating pops into the Highland ways. But where is even still needing to be done? I was working on Hereford. I guess I can get back to Hereford. I want to wipe out the English. This assimilation is going very well here, by the way. We'll have Highland majority back where it belongs in Wales. So yeah, John Rico, I don't know if you've been playing on the 1.0.10 patch. It's just gone live now instead of being a beta. But from what I've heard, it makes the AI a whole lot more aggressive, which I'm happy to see. Right, how much does it take to force you to speak Gaelic? Costs 20. Should I curry favors with you? Or is that only going to hurt? You might ask me for money, which might be okay. I'm going to give it a go. I very rarely actually do curry favor. But if I can just get enough to force them to speak Gaelic, that's going to be a nice boon for me. Meanwhile, you're absolutely not getting land rights. You got to go away. I wonder how long it takes them to stop thinking of it as their old rights. Oh, I still love seeing that Highland culture spread. It's like a virus, and it's taking over the French. Don't worry about the depopulation. I'm pretty sure that's just people going to the New World. Maybe I should worry about that Bordeaux market. Why are you having such food problems? You're importing some, you're exporting some, but you're just not locally producing enough. The problem is the Bordeaux market doesn't have good reach because my subjects feel compelled to go and trade into London when they absolutely should be trading in Bordeaux. You don't have good expansion into France because they're an enemy, and there's Burgos to absorb the Castilians and even some of my subjects. So I actually need to integrate Bordeaux so that it can be under my influence and stretch further. Plus it is Bagpipes in Bordeaux, and I want to take it so I can completely Highland it up. Because let's face it, we are not taking all of the French region, because this is the last day that I'm streaming this campaign. I at least want to make sure that I hold Aquitaine and Bordeaux and get that place completely haggissed up. Which is kind of sad, but I think this might be a problem that I end up with in EU5 more than I ever had in EU4. In EU4, when you get the ball rolling and you have a campaign goal that you want to get through, you can just kind of like caveman club your way towards it. In this game, things get a bit more hostile. Not in terms of difficulty, but in terms of having to chew on so much to make your campaign keep going meaningfully. Will we ever see the late game? Yeah, there's the question. How late did our campaigns ever get in EU4? Didn't we push it all the way up to 1800 during a Ryukyu run? I seem to recall getting kind of high up there when I was doing the pagan pope thing. And I don't know what the next campaign will be just yet. I'm taking 6 days off for pre-Christmas vacation, and I'll be back to stream on Christmas. Somebody asked me to do an archipelago, so I said, yes, we'll do that, and decided we'll have archipelago stream for Christmas. Or Christmas adjacent. I was bleeding Portuguese with the Treaty of Tortellini. It's not a big deal, but I'd wish they'd sawed off a bit. Maybe I should focus on taking this, otherwise a European might come in and nab it off of me. It's bothersome that it has to be done from one of these locations, but whatever, let's get it explored. Get this, no, I don't want a good person heading over there, but I want a young person who doesn't die. Off you trot. But that's almost certainly going to pause because of, yeah, there we go. There's no liquor in the market. So this is kind of sad. What I need to do is I need to go probably to London. Although, who knows? You might have liquor in your market. That's food. But liquor's kind of food. No, you absolutely do not. There is some there, but it's going down in deficit. It's probably better to do this from London. Londane's liquor, which is surplusing pretty hard. I want you to export that liquor over to... can you even go to this market? Is that on the list? This UI sucks so much. Is that the one? That looks like the one. All right, get us... Jings, how much do you need here? Why is this value not updating? The amount of liquor transported by the trade doesn't update as I change this value. Now it does. Okay, better. Better. Get 2 or so over there. Maybe I could focus on doing a lot more exploration. Let's go ham here. Let's bring them over 6 worth. It went back down to 5 for some reason. And then it went down to 0 for some reason, but let's just trust that it's working. When you were at Paradox, how much discussion was there ever about the late game? You're asking me to remember about stuff that was so long ago, I could not give you a meaningful answer here. And I certainly wouldn't want to give an answer that gets used as, oh yeah, you did this and that. Let's face it, I've been away from Paradox longer than I was ever there to begin with. I don't think I have any meaningful input to give. For some reason I can't actually do an exploration here. Can I do an exploration here? Perhaps we need a turn of a month? It's anyone's guess. Yeah, disappointing answer, I know, but I don't really have anything to say there. Gotta say, it feels pretty good absolutely mulching my foes here. I do want my navy mothballed. Yeah, save on the money wherever I can. And I probably don't want to pay my army during these expensive times, so keep that down as well. There aren't revolts to care about. I'm not saying there's no revolts, there's just not ones to care about. And there's no way in hell I'm paying for... How many artists is that? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18... 24 artists cost me all of the state money. Never pay your artists. Never hire artists. I think the issue is when you annex nations, you get their characters. Meaning you forcibly take their artists even if you don't want them. And I never want them. I wonder if I could actually deign to invest in stability for a change, but I like saving my money. No thanks. Kind of not mindless blobbing could you ever get to do as an endgame objective? Timbucks 2. Haven't thought about how to maximize money in this game. I need more experience to find answers like that. Is this going to work now? Oh, okay, I was clicking on the wrong part of the button. We need to click here. Won't make the same mistake again of having people go from the same location. But okay, we're exploring this. I don't see this either. I want to do these 4 then. Alright, I'll get 4 done. Diplomacy is the stat for doing exploration. But so is age, because I don't want them to die whilst they're exploring. I mean, you're really good for a lot of things, but off you go then. I want to know about this. Again, sort dip and find someone that's not decrepit. Not sure I care too much about this. I can explore this while at war if need be. Or even steal maps. Ooh, stealing maps sounds like a good idea. They'll hate me. Yeah, they will hate me. Do I really care about their feelings, though? I want to know about this. Is this even navigable land? No, that's the Darien Gap, so this is somewhat navigable. Alright, discover for me, please. And some of these just will not work, of that I'm quite certain. Simone, you get on it. But yeah, what are the problems you're going to face? Because you're almost certainly not going to have the materials for it. Cloth, liquor. Cloth and liquor? Well, you've got a lot of local cloth. This is a different market, though, isn't it? Yeah. Oddly enough, you actually have the cloth here, but you don't have the liquor, so I need to spend even more liquor. It's cool that it works this way. I love the moving of goods. I just don't particularly love how manually this has to be done. So export your liquor down to this small crappy market. What market was that? I don't know, because this interface is complete liquid hogwash. What is the name of this market? The Tayuna market. Tayuna. 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 PQRST. There you are. 11? 11 seems like overkill. Can we knock that down a touch? Do that much. Oh, yeah, what? Okay, sure, do that. Do whatever. And give it a few months to send over an excess, and then they'll get the exploration done. At least I hope they'll get the exploration done. The notorious KIJ is coming in. They say evening. Well, good evening. Is it evening? Ah, only afternoon. Nonetheless, welcome. I'm glad to see those roads that I popped up are there. Although I didn't take a before and after photo of how Control looked. Control grows a bit slow because of my United Scottish heritage. But, oh, you're not done with your road yet. I'm certain I told you to build a road. And here's why it's not done yet. The protected harbour comes first. Okay. Then I don't have to worry about Control still being low. These harbours take a fair whack of time, right? Yeah, maybe winter came in and slowed down their construction. At what date would you leave for vacation? Tomorrow. I've already got my trip booked into Budapest tomorrow. That's what I often do this time of year. I like going up to Budapest whenever I feel like it, especially in summertime. But in wintertime, I go down to enjoy the Christmas markets. Go out there, grab a hot chocolate and a bag of hot chestnuts. Mosey around, see all the fun little displays, all the music playing, the big Christmas tree they got up in the centre. It's all really rather nice. Is this nice, though? Lutherians. Thoughts of disapproval amongst the church are spreading. Czech, Saxon. Martin Luther goes to Bohemia. Yeah, please raise Bohemia. Construction has sped up there. Yeah, Lutherian's not what we're looking for, but I'm quite keen on getting in on Calvinism. Seems fitting. I'm under the impression that Calvinism has a stronghold in Scotland, but I really wouldn't know. Well, stronghold, right? What is the majority religion in Scotland today? Tell me without looking it up. Because it rather amuses me. I thought this day would come much later than it has. Any tips to the Philippines? I wasn't thinking of going. Well, I just winged it when I was over there. Okay, I don't know why I thought I could go over there and look at the Philippines. I'm told don't go to the southern island because it's literally a war zone right now. I spoke to some Philippines and they said, yeah, even locals don't bother going there and you'd be in even more danger as a foreigner. I was in Luzon and I enjoyed it immensely. Spend some time in Manila, but not a lot. Manila is an urban hellhole. It's huge, filthy, busy, it stinks. Has a lot of things though, so it's a lot like London. But I just traveled around. I went somewhere. If I liked it, I stayed for a little longer, but never more than a week, and then just traveled on and saw more things. Everything is dirt cheap to a Westerner, so bring some loose change, give somebody $1 to drive you all the way across town, and you're still being overcharged, but you won't notice and you won't care. Life is good. Can we have a little chat on... Yeah, absolutely. Seek me out when the stream is done, or I'll seek you out. So I'm not quite keen on embracing this Reformation, but we'll see if and when Calvinism appears, and I could certainly go for that. Although I don't know how this works. It's Trent, there's a war of religions. I've heard this thing doesn't really work properly, but we shall see. But yeah, I'm sticking with Pope Boy until Calvinism is available, and then we'll go for that. Yeah, no religion is majority religion in Scotland today. The Church of Scotland is having a very, very humbling lack of delegation. I mean, when I was a wee kid, we used to go to church's school gathering, but that was less of a religious affair and more of a it's the only large building we can reasonably go to affair. I really quite like the colonialism in this game. It feels a lot more fulfilling than it ever did in EU4. Yeah, moving the goods around for the exploration is a bit of a disaster, but the colonial... Yeah, the colonizing feels damn good. And I have noticed when playing with Ryukyu that this colonial progress will slow down to a halt if the goods are not available in the home market. So be very keenly aware that you're going to need to import goods to your home market to then send people out on their colonization ventures. It's also affected by your naval maritime presence around your capital region. Excellent. Oh, that's long overdue. Yeah, it's hardly relevant, right? 10,000 people living in some backwards, admittedly silver mine location. Let's just jack that one up. Hardly the most relevant thing around, but it feels so good knowing that the damage that Mycene and the Pope did here is being undone. The damage done by continued existence of the English is also being taken care of, but I think there are only 2 English majority locations left. Southern Wales and not quite Southern Wales. This is Hereford, right? Yeah. And I'm taking care of both of them. The Scots are no longer majority anywhere? Oh, that is good. That is good as gold. We may as well continue the eradication of the Scots, right? We seem to be doing a surprisingly good job of wiping out the Irish with the coordinated surgical strikes of tartans in the north. So that works out well for us. I managed to face off myself for half the war of religion in my first run in Protestant Netherlands versus the rule of the HRE. Good times. I could not imagine toe-to-toeing Bohemia if they were in charge of it. Surely they'd be taking a more secular view, or at least not a Catholic view. How's religion looking overall? We unfortunately got the Orthomans here. They decided to go over to Orthodoxy. There was a patch that was meant to make them stop doing that, and I'm pretty sure I was running with that, but too little and too late. Leave like one small Scot province as a zoo. The Scots won't actually be completely eradicated unless I do so with my assimilation, because they are an accepted culture. Oh, hold the phone there. I need to do another rousing round of scootaging all of my subjects. Scootage is good. And it's okay that this is taking a bit of time. The next thing I'd want to do after scootage is telling them to enforce Highland culture. And there's no point doing that until they get their cores anyway. Although, to be fair, there was Bar, and Bar already have all of their cores, so Bar is a front runner for enforcing. I did spit them out as humanists, right? Yeah, real humanists. Massively so. They really, really should be keen on cultural enrichment. It's silly how strong Independence War is. As an OPM in northern India with no way of securing alliance, I got accepted as a vassal of Kashmir, and then got Delhi and Tibet to support my independence. I pieced out for almost full annexation of my overlord. Well, that's how it was in EU4 as well, though. It's a lot easier to get friends as a subject than as an independent. The nice thing in EU5, though, is that you don't keep the alliances. They help you out, and that's it. In EU4, I seem to recall they'll remain your friend after they let you free. I definitely want to keep Belize being nice and large and strong here. Ooh, that looks good. Yeah, I want them to get some good control over this. It's kind of a shame that they just inherit it with 0 control, though. And my monthly change for this is quite low because of United Scottish Heritage. In fact, if it weren't for the colonization boost, this would be rather bad for them. Anyway, good for them. There's some good RGOs there. And I want them to be strong enough to take on the likes of Maya. But I still want them on Scootage. So luck be upon you. I might leave Belize there and then have this as a separate colony and this as a separate colony. I want Dari in here. What would we call this? What monstrous location is this anyway? These names suck. Pach ain't bad. I don't know, I don't have a good enough tan to reckon good names for that. Is there expel minorities? Yeah, you can expel people off, but I want to keep my half-decent population. Mosquito Coast was the name Britain used in real life. Okay, that makes sense. We hate midges back home. Thank you, TB Dubs. I'll keep that in mind once we actually have a colony there. Alright, Crown Power is holding on nicely. Could certainly be a lot better, but it's fine as it is. It's not like I'm centralized or anything fancy. I wish these pop-ups would stop coming in like they're a big deal. And I think it only came back because I now have my diplomat at the ready, and my diplomat needs to cause scootage. There you go, go. Cuba, you're my money bank out here, and I see that all the buildings that I gave you are complete. The issue is they're not being staffed or something? Yeah, it looks like they're staffing the RGO for sand before they staff the mason and the clay pit, which are very important for getting, well, not so much the clay, but the masonry is quite important to keep the building work going. Supply doesn't even meet demand over here. Marion is wisely building settlements to boost their rather pathetic population. Slaves still affect the happiness of the entire province, sadly. I thought they were changing that, but I guess I thought wrong. You can see over here that the literacy of the slaves affects the happiness of everybody. So you want your slaves to be completely illiterate. But at the same time, I think literate slaves could actually help with RGO, so I don't know about that one. Estate satisfaction. I could have sworn that the literacy of your people affect. Maybe it's only the output of buildings. Let's check, say, London, for example. Bound to be a very high literacy there. The wheat output is unaffected by literacy here, but anything coming out of a building, like this lumber mill, literacy of the people working there, it's not a lot, but it is a boost. 1% literacy isn't reading. Even so, no books for my slaves. They're not allowed them. It should be a nice lengthy truce with France. Yeah, don't need to worry about them until 1519. By that time we should have, well, more prestige and more sailors, but I was thinking more about integrating Brittany. Might even give me time to integrate some others. It's a shame that I'm eating France faster than I can digest France, because I would ideally like to integrate all of this, and even some of the bits in the north. Because, oh, hang on, what's the pathetic problem down here? Am I not maritime presencing? I'm not. Ah, jeez. So one of the issue is when you have new lands that you need to do maritime presence in, you need to go back to this guy, and tell him once again to replace the entire objective. For some reason, you can't just add to the objective. You got to replace the whole damn thing, because I do want you down here, not there, just here. I'd actually like you here, but I can't even select it because I don't own anything yet. But yes, I need you to include this, please. So yeah, redoing all that over and over again is a bit of a pain in the bum, but there are many pains in this particular bum. We're now aware of the maps of West African coastline because it's spread after 100 and something years of being known to Castile. Do they get events or something for this? I have no intention of colonizing this, although I can imagine the vast amounts of wealth you could get from funneling the gold here. Yeah, get them to work as slaves extracting the gold, bring it back to Europe for massive profit. Sounds good. But that's not what we're doing here. Are we expecting, Jake, some sort of automation feature? Impossible. Don't I know it? Looks like the explorations have all begun, so all of the trade that I set up here, I will just annihilate. Not local, but owned by me. Yeah, this one. Be gone. And be gone. And I really hope I don't have to manually tell you this, but Londane, take all. Oh, I did. I had to tell him to take it all. Wait. Wait, what? Dragging it up to the top is not dragging it up to the top. Oh dear, oh dear. Where else isn't doing this? You're fine, you're fine. Okay, guess it was just London then. London being full of problems. Wouldn't it be easier to have 2 or 3 navies split up between regions? Yes, but there's a big downside to that. When you have a really good admiral, he affects the entire fleet, but only the fleet he's in charge of. 3 fleets means I need 3 different admirals taking care of them. And even more important than that, I want my ruler in charge of almost all of my boats. Preferably all of them, but I don't want to pay for my heavy fleet, so he takes everything but the heavy fleet. The effect is scaling up to 25% extra crown power, and on top of that, we push towards naval when we have ruler as an admiral. So yeah, I want him in charge of a navy, I want him to be in charge of a very big navy, and I want him to have an admiral trait, and not a naval trait, not a land trait. Unfortunately, he has a land trait. I didn't want him to get this, but I foolishly put him in charge of the army for one small battle, and he became a siege master. It's okay though, I'm still pushing towards naval slightly more. And as I said, you want to have more than 25 naval. There's an amazing event, which just showers you in cash. My favorite kind of shower. No, you're not allowed to marry me. No, you're still not allowed to marry me. Is this making Orlov want to play Vicky 3? Oh, don't do it to yourself. I don't see... I see the number go up crack, but beyond that, no thank you. Oh, right, I was wondering if they were going to build another market here. Now, forgive me for thinking that moving your goods by sail around here would be so much better than doing it over land. But here's the market center with 100% market access. How about the next island over? You've already lost 22% market access. And if we want to go over to New Man, ugh, they've lost half of it. And then some. It's kind of incredibly grim. So yeah, they don't even want to go into the water and sail. They'd rather go by land than by water. Yeah, naval plus market access is just busted. And of course they're making fish in their capital, which is also bad. Yeah, the colonies will be bad for a while, but in time those... oh wow, you just need them staffed, but there's a lot of good stuff here. At a low price as well. I really want... I want trade power here, basically. I already inherit some of their trade power, but there's nowhere near enough. We need marketplaces, but we don't have the population for it. They do gain population. Best way to get more, I reckon, is to have settlements. Yeah, because settlements give a nice big chunky 1% population growth. I think the real way is just get the slaves over. Have the slaves work the fields, have the non-slaves work the marketplaces and such, and get those chilies back home. A 3.5k pop city is very sad. Well, I live in Shiafolk. How many is here? Like 20,000 or so? 300,000 during high season, but it's hardly a city. Okay, I'm more than a little curious if there are more settlements that I could be building in... Let's see, not owned locations inside the... Not Edinburgh Market. Is it called the Cuba Market, or is it called the... Oh, jeez, what's this market even called? The Mabuya Market, that's the one. I don't care about available peasants, we'll get them built anyway. There are plenty of settlements to be built. But I can't build many of them. Why does mass build not even work here? There are no available locations to build a settlement. Okay, what about here? There are no available... What about here? Yeah, but there are no... Okay, what about here, 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 here? Okay, now there's no more because we ran out of goods in the market, right? Yeah, not enough masonry. Masonry is proving tough. We've got such a head start across the other Europeans, though. It's not like I'm too worried about it. Bahid. I want you to... you do have cores over all of your land, right? Absolutely. You are the first of the new batch that need to embrace my beloved culture. They hate me for it. Bang, up it comes here. How many people hate my guts? The Nimrods do, and the upper mains don't like me so much, but overall, they're happy enough to pay me oodles of ducats, which is good because I need that for my Diplo spending. All is well. Yeah, life is good. So I mean, this campaign, in terms of there being threats, is pretty much over. There's nothing that can actually threaten Mori anymore. And we managed to trounce over our foe, and I don't think anybody can reasonably say that France is still a threat anymore. They had one good pushback. When I took the northern coastline, my next war, they actually were starting to kick me around the table a bit. But we still held the advantage, and now we're in a good position. And that's why this is going to be the last stream of this one. I'm just rounding things out. Not even the Bohemians. I mean, the Bohemians can certainly kick pretty hard. But if I mustered all of my strength, I'd be able to beat them back. It's just there's no meaningful damage that I could do to them, and there's no meaningful stuff I'd want to do to them. What do I gain from eating the HRE? It's not what I want to do in this campaign. And it's not like it's not over until you go and beat the Chinese, right? Outpopulate the Chinese, then it's done. No, I know what I'm done. I set my goal. To be honest, my goal was to do all of the French region, but I think it's safe to say that's not really a difficult thing to do from this point. But I will take Bordeaux. I want that under direct Highland overseeing. Great Mori ruling over China. World conquests have been done in this game now, and not just with Timur. Like, Timur gets instant annexation on control, which is completely busted. I would know, I've seen him in action, although I did snuff him out. The Scots are largely taken care of. It's almost like doing the area stuff isn't worth it anymore because it's really just here, here, and here, but the problem is it's spread across a bunch of different areas. So I'll continue eradicating the Scots because it makes me feel better about myself. The Irish are going down as well. Oh yeah, life is good. These guys here still don't want to convert, and I don't know why. Seems like I'd have to take them manually, convert them, and then spit them out. Or I just wait and watch. They're one of the only Irish that haven't done their God-given duty of converting themselves into Highland ways. But yeah, the way the AI decides to do that remains a mystery to even the brightest of minds of Tokyo U. A lot of them have just stopped, though. I wonder if the new round will do any. What about Bar? I just converted them. They didn't put a cabinet action on it. However it works, it's going to be how it works for a long time because they, in quotation marks, fixed it. Put it into the live build and really haven't visited it again since. Uh-oh. Are you... Wait, I didn't build these. Who's building these? Is that an estate construction? It says I'm building them. Could I not? You'd think I'd get alerted about that. Lutheran preachers, tell me more. Members of the Reformation, the Lutheran preachers represent local missionaries of the Lutheran faith, spreading their teachings to all nearby Catholic people. They're going to eat up my books. I hope I don't have to pay for these things. Monthly religious conversion. Ooh, oh boy, that could be problematic. Spreading the doctrine of Lex Luthor. Is that Marvel? Is that DC? I don't know my comics. Fascinating. Ah, well, here come the Cathars. Is that where the term cathartic comes from? Interesting, but surely not a problem. Oh, he's the 40 cakes guy. I know that one. We got everybody on scootage, right? Absolutely not. We're missing Iddle and Diddle over here. And Brittany are more than halfway done. Excellent. So we used to have a thing where we would nab provinces off of subjects as we're eating them, but they updated so that you don't get cores off of lands that you seize off of subjects anymore. You don't get integration status, rather. You got to reintegrate them, which is a bit sad. Well, sad for me, at least. Some of these protected harbors are taking quite a bit of time to be built, though. Lex Luthor is Superman's nemesis. How in the world could Superman have a nemesis? Isn't he just outrageously powerful? He could rip a man in half if he wanted to. I do not know. I don't follow comics at all. Well, I used to read Bo Peep. Bo Peep was pretty good. And Calvin and Hobbes, of course. That's kind of where I draw the line. Oh man, it is really nice being filthy rich. I do like keeping a big fat buffer of cash though, just for when things may well go very wrong. And I feel like Reformation... Oh wow, they're coming everywhere. I feel like that's prime time for things going wrong. The printing press is a mistake. He's putting pamphlets everywhere. Keeping a wee eye on how my subjects are going. The answer is rather nicely. So is the Pope going to do anything about this? How about a Council of Trent or something similar? I think printing press was my mistake, was it not? I've actually forgotten where that spawned and how. Ah, yeah, there we go. An inland place in Anglia. Seville got the New World, Pike and Shot. Obviously I didn't get because I'm not land focused. Feels like printing press is the easiest thing to spawn as a player because the AI is very bad at going innovative. I wonder if that means if you don't go innovative, how long is it going to take? Mercury Patio. Whoa. Loads of gold and silver. At the cost of mercury, a lot of mercury. Do I even have that anywhere? Oh man, so much exploring that could be done. But I really cannot be bothered sending my goods over anymore, so that's going to have to wait. Hello, Parliament. Do we get to do census? Of course we get to do census, the only thing worth doing. Well, there's the road cost reduction. Paved road cost down 20% is significant. But no, we never say no to census. Population growth is huge. I love it. By the way, if you play on very hard mode, the AI gets 0.1 population boost %. I think that came down from 0.2. It's still massive, though. Sure, you can have some plutocratic support. And yeah, I'm happy to get rid of Pirate Heavens, and then we're good. Pave the Isles. I had that exact issue in my game, says Andarius. I had to change it to historical for a month to spawn after 70 years of no printing press. But isn't it kind of interesting? Yeah, no printing press, the impacts that's going to have on the world. There must be a lot of triggers that don't get, well, triggered based on that. Oh god, the Scots have cleared out. They're out of Kincardine. They're out of Buckie. There are a few hanging on in Aberdeen. There are some petting zoo amounts that don't even show up on the map in the likes of... Oh, they're all out Scumday, some in Kincardine. I like it though, I really love how cultural enrichment works in this game, compared to just spending 300 Diplo points in EU4. To their defense, the Monarch points solved a lot of game design issues in EU4 that are creeping back in EU5, largely due to economic scaling. Just about everything costs money, or earns money, and it can be very difficult to balance your game when there's just one resource like that. And sure, you got prestige and legitimacy and diplomats and manpower, but in the end that's all kind of a subset of money, because you use money to get armories to generate manpower, you use money to do diplo spending to get diplomats, you spend money on culture to get prestige, you spend money directly to get legitimacy. When it all ties back to money, it can be a very, very haphazard thing to balance. Wish I could spend money to get rid of wayward weather pop-ups though. There's no way to permanently dismiss that unless I mod the game. And we have cabinet slots instead of mana now, which is nice. And there's no amount of money can do more assimilating for you. Subjects would do it for you, but they are hell and high water to convince to actually do cultural enrichment. I'm still waiting on you, Bar. He doesn't want to do it. Once the other guys have their cores, they'll be culturally enriched. I could actually culturally enrich them before they get their cores, because now Highland culture is the dominant culture of the world. Terrifying thought, I know. But that would still reduce the bonus they get. See on integration here? Plus 100% because it's their dominant culture that they're coring. Let them core it, then enrich them. Kind of like the real world. God. Highland culture is certainly dominating Scots culture internationally. That's because nobody really knows. I think most people don't even know that there's a split of culture in Scotland. I mean, Norns have largely died away, and less said about any Gaelic Norse stuff, the better. But there is still the Highland-Lowland divide. It's hard to breach the mountains there culturally. It's kind of amalgamated, but people attribute a lot more Highland culture than Scot culture. That said, though, calling it a culture is a bit of a stretch. It's just being poor. And who's got time for poors? Alright, so I was worried about my proximity down here. And we've naturally solved it by improving our maritime presence here enormously. Oh, that's such a difference. So now I actually get control down here. Excellent. Which half is responsible for the food? The lower half. The only thing I know about Highlanders is they wear kilts, they don't do underwear, and there can be only one. Okay, good enough. It's pretty rare to see people wear kilts up in the Highlands. It's only really worn for events, weddings. If you're really tacky, you'll wear them to football matches. We have built our roads now. I'm curious if that's making much of an impact. I think this was at 37 control, now it's at 40, so it's hardly worth the 10 grand or so that I spent on all the roads around here. I'm sure that's not enough to drive home the fact that I don't believe much in putting roads down in this game. Yeah, okay, squeezing out a bit of control. I mean, it's beneficial, but that versus building up your economy in other ways around your capital doesn't even compare. Protected harbours are better. I know that it's split because of Highland cattle and Angus cattle. Oh, but Angus beef is so good. Scotland's in the next World Cup, you know. Oh, jeez. I mean, fun for a wee event. You might even see some people in kilts if you go and attend a Scotland match there. Yeah, the ones that have enough money to actually go away. Or they'll spend all of their benefits on a ticket to go and see the footy. That's prime Scottish behaviour. I bet the Scots and the BRs have more in common than we care to admit. It's okay. Clinging on in Parliament there. Did I not actually go and do this colonisation here? What am I doing? Where's my head even at? All of it belongs to Greater Moray. Scotland's in a group with Morocco, Haiti, and Brazil. Oh, that'd be a match for the ages. Scotland versus Brazil would be great. I might even watch it. I don't know if there's a way we could all watch it together. Bring out the worst in everybody. I am not a football fan. I don't know the offside rule. But it could be fun to get together for a match. Not actually going and watching the match. God, no. I mean, having it in the television whilst I eat someone else's food and drink at their home. I wasn't really paying attention to it, but the population growth went from about 1,500 to almost 5,000 during the census there. Which is enormous considering that when we started out, what did we have? Like 30,000 people tops in these provinces? It was a grim, bloody start. Oh, hang on, the paved roads weren't done yet. I was selling Braemar short. But those preachers are really coming out in force. Not particularly well, though. There's Lutheranism, but it's a staggering 4%. I wonder how long these things last for, though. Calvinism, right? Calvinism I'm happy to embrace. We've got Cathar, we've got Lutheran, but can I even convert right now, I wonder? Can I just pull the rug out of my entire society right now? I'm sure not seeing Calvinism. Wait, what if Calvinism has to spawn by an event? Maybe even from having Scotland exist, and then there's no Scots? Looks like it doesn't exist. What a shame. I mean, we could switch, but I'm looking for Calvinism. We create Calvin and Hobbesism. Again, creating your own religion is a CK3 thing. It has to already exist here. There was a way to have no religion in EU4, although I cannot remember at all how that worked. Clear and detailed maps of Neko Kawaii. I'll go with that. I gotta say, that's some pretty impressive mapping, but how did the Maya or those people end up down here? Are they doing their own colonization? Well, I'll be diddled. Look at that. I think I could beat them on this charter, even though they've got a 25% boost. Yeah, there we go. They lack tools, and if you lack the goods for doing this, you just don't get it. I like that. I severely like the idea of destroying them here. Are they doing it here as well? Don't go to Panama, Jake. It's a mistake. Nonsense. I will right the wrongs of history. It will be known as the Darien success. Apparently I am working on these, but it's not going so well. Yeah, I have all of this. Just call it Darien. Great move by Scotland, by the way. I believe 1 in 5 Scots founded the Darien expedition and colonization to go and colonize a place that even today isn't really populated. And bankrupted the whole nation and led to the Act of Union. And it set a trend that Scots have continued for centuries and generations. Get bailed out by England whilst we make bad decisions. And England continues to pay for it. I don't know why they just keep respectfully bowing to us. Why do they do it? They should cut us off like a gammy limb, but they just keep paying. Isn't it a Scots dream to sod off to nowhere? We've got plenty of nowhere already, though. Ever had a cat, Jake? Oh, many, many cats. Dozens of them. Cats and kittens. And they'd have kittens, and then there'd be more and more of them. You want to marry your king to my daughter? I mean, she's not really doing anything. I kept her around to keep my nobles happy, but sure. I don't see a downside here. Castile have claimed throne on you. Stuck in the... Well, actually, I think Castile will be stuck in the union with me. I am almost more populous than them. And I'm certainly a whole lot stronger than them. I saw how they performed against France. And they've seen how I've performed against France. Sometimes the cats get into trouble. They get stuck behind furniture, etc. I'm sure you're going somewhere with this, but it's completely lost on me, I'm afraid. So will my subjects do any of their own colonization, I wonder? I suppose right now they're way too poor to consider such things. But you like to think that in time they'll have actual economies. Oh wow, Marion is actually outstripping the Cuban economy. I wonder if that's purely down to better control over better RGOs. Oh yeah, the Wake Bake. Doesn't make a lot of money in this market. But if they ever get their hands on a route to ship it... Oh god. I actually want them to have their own market. Because just going by boat over to Mabuya is really bad for them. Should their market even be on their capital? It doesn't tell me how much it costs to create this market, but it's not a small sum of money. Why doesn't it tell me? What if I wanted to create a market? Would you tell me how much it costs? Thousands. 5 grand to give them their own market. I don't want to spend 5 grand on giving them their own market. They'll have to figure that out themselves. It's meant to be a surprise. Well, it was certainly a surprise last time. I believe I paid for a market for Nova More. But what? I wouldn't have put it over there. I'm certain I did some market stuff and then suddenly my money disappeared. Maybe I did it for Cuba. But yeah, it cost oodles of dosh. Alright, what have we learnt here? I want this cut off. I do not want any Western scum taking over this land from me. And I care not about the cost, although maybe I care a bit about the cost. Ay, caramba. But it's okay, this is the big colonization effort. Once this is done, there's no large colonization effort. I guess it's just working my way down here. But I decided I would leave mainland America to the AI because I want to see how they handle it. Can you move subject markets? I don't think I can move them. I can destroy it, but moving doesn't seem to be an option. That market shouldn't be there. The market should certainly be here. A lot more central for the rest of the nation, because, yeah, his market access is dire. I could build him another market here. Then that market would probably just dry up and die up, but I think Nova Mori is a bit of a lost cause. You're still not even working your own mason. You're sending all your people to fish for some reason. I think they actually got that RGO for free, right? Yeah, when I had the event to give them this location, and it became a town, it gained 2 RGO levels, and I think that works against them. Because if they didn't have the RGO level, then their people would be getting to work doing things that matter, like producing this very much in-demand masonry. Well, actually, they've set up other places that are making masonry for them. Oh, yeah, in places where they're not wasting their time with their useless RGOs. I might sound like I'm really bitter about how it's working, but I really, really like this level of investment, right? Looking at them, caring about them, thinking about pop numbers and RGOs. How often did you ever care about your colonial nation in EU4? You just set them up and you hope that they didn't die to revolts. And you'd get really annoyed when they colonize into the colonization areas of your other colonies. But there was nowhere near this level of gardening with them, and I do like it. I enjoy it a lot. Do you not at least want a foothold in North American mainland? You've got a lot of Irish to get rid of. I was considering going to Florida and taking Florida, but again, I don't want to do the marketplace shuffle. You know what? You know what? Let's do it. Take this young gun over here. Oh, you're even younger and gunnier. Are you Breton? That kind of looks Breton, but no, they're the Muries. Okay, no, on you go. On you go. Go and figure that out. And I will not give you these goods. It's up to you to generate these goods for me. Although I have a feeling I have to keep paying you. Oh, they're never going to get those tools. Yeah, there's a tool deficit in the market. And there are no free people to work them. Ah, well, figure it out regardless. It goes swimmingly. I wonder if I could actually colonize this as well. There's the idea to destroy these people. And I guess at the very least I could pen them in. There you go. I played Spain a decent amount since Salty Tempest. I cared about my colonial nations. They needed to wipe out the Aztecs and the Inca, so I could make a bit of money from the missions. The missions? Is that an Iberian specific mechanic? Because I don't think I've heard about the missions. Speaking of the Bretons, they're 3/4 integrated. And I am shy a cabinet member. There are no crown members to put in charge here unless I want to spend a lot of money putting my daughter in charge. You're not very good, and you're also not very good. You're also a consort out of home, so I can't grab you anymore. And I really, really don't think I want to spend 20 legitimacy on that, so I guess I have to accept that someone else is getting power from it. Another estate, that is. Raoul. He's young and he's decent. But you're younger and similarly decent, so get on the case. Crown power boost, but the Pope hates me. Tempting. What I'd really like is to get all these conversion things out of my land. I want to find Calvinism, but Calvinism isn't finding me. It's just not happening, so it's not really much of a concern. Swimming in diplomats, though, and I need to do something with them. We already have maximum scootage. So the question is, do I want to throw my culture down on more people? I think at this point I could, right? I know they are a ways away from getting their cores, but maybe starting them early is a good thing. Especially since it means I don't have to pay for my diplomats for so much longer. Alright, sure. It also wears away their distaste towards me faster. And I guess we'll do it the way David Cameron fears, from the bottom to the top. Highland, 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 Highland. And they all hate that. And yet now that 100% bonus has become 50%. They'll be fine. And maybe I'll luck out and they'll start using their cabinets to assimilate for me. I wish vassals had to request city rights from their overlord. Oh, so you mean you don't end up with town, 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 town. Yeah, that would be nice, but in the end, you can just tear these down once you integrate them. And I would probably tear down all of these towns. Maybe one? If there's one with decent control. But I can't imagine where would have decent control. Possibly here. But honestly, I really think you should just max your RGOs wherever you can. Towns are for high control. And good RGOs are for high control. But a town or a city in low control area seems bad. Because even if it makes plenty of money, so much of that is getting washed away and you lose your crown power, empower your estates too much. Yeah, it just seems bad. Unless you have a plan to get control there. Maybe you can work on maritime presence, maybe build some good roads over there. But you know what I'm like building roads. I'm a bite. How in the world did this finish before the ones on this side? Feels like the ones on this side didn't even start. The RGO question, it's not that good. In terms of region, you're going to join the mosquito colony, but later. I'll keep it as Mori for now. We sure about that? It's weird how fast that integrated. I reckon it's because it had almost no population. Nobody wanted to live here, so it becomes faster to colonize. I'll keep it for now. There's no loyalty penalty from distance. Loyalty penalty. For subjects, no. I could have a subject over in Korea right now. They would be... they would have the same influences and loyalty as these people in Brittany. Subject opinion being a huge part of that. Speaking of which, I could probably stop improving opinion with all these people pretty soon, or even now. Quite keen to integrate you, Aquitaine. I said I wouldn't do anybody in parallel with Brittany, but I think I've changed my mind. Yeah, but Nottinghamshire love me. Aquitaine love me. I'm being a bit ginger with my clicks here. I don't want to accidentally cancel the integration of Brittany. Yeah, they love me too much to turn on me. Even in Riding, West Riding. West Riding is pretty good, though. I mean, despite me complaining about all the towns that they've built, they are quite powerful. Trying to rush in those bagpipes? Yeah, kind of. I want to get Bordeaux, majority Highland. Even though I don't really have a cabinet seat to spare, I'll still send my best over there. I suppose I could spare the Irish. If it's yellow, it's not yet Highland majority in Ireland here. But the rest of this could probably be done with the area effect. But yeah, the conversion is going well. Very well. Just consuming France like a cancer. Those are my cores on my colony. That's fine. I don't care about the religious actions. Probably couldn't hurt to have a colony on the west coast of Americas, right? No, I don't want to get in on everywhere. Maybe I could be convinced that Florida's nice, but I'm not looking to go on a mass colonization spree. Or any more mass than I have right now. I want some tight, concentrated ones that are good at what they do. Whatever that might be. We've not figured that one out yet. Right, sorry, Aquitaine, you need to start getting inside of me. Begin the annexation. It will not take long. Will it outlive the French truce? Nope. More of Canada. Make sure Lucky isn't a Highlander. I thought about that, but everything up in the Arctic area is just so bad. Plenty of lumber, and that's about all you've got going for you. Fur is not a boon in this game for whatever reason. Geez, so far Catholicism holding strong. In fact, we've got the Sunni movement down here. I think that's because of Morocco. No, it was Tunis. Tunis took a bite out of Aragon. Aragon got so blasted in this game. Castile, France, the Northern Africans. Meanwhile, Granada laughs on. And they do hold on to Sunni ways as well. How in the world Castile continues to tolerate their existence, I do not know. I hope they don't call me into the war that ends Granada, though. It would break my heart. See, it starts out remembering my last search. I don't know why it gets rid of it. I still want to keep it here. Because there are more cultures to enforce. 2 more. I'm not going to do Holland. Don't want to risk them losing their cores, for 1. For 2, there's no real benefit. Holland's going to stick around for a good long time. Oh, wow. Just looking at the eradication of the Scots here fills me with glee. That's it. They're down to barely any... I don't know how there are even any Norns here. There's 1 Norn that refuses to die. Where's he coming from? Why does he not join the rest of them? And currently there's a bit of an exodus here. Interestingly enough, I think when they exodus, they change their culture to your main culture. You know, that said, there's that 1 Norn Catholic peasant that refuses to go away. I don't know what to make of that. Nothing good, that's for sure. Whenever I play Castile, Granada lives until my first council meeting. Oh, why do they even live that long? Yeah, they have excellent land, though. In fact, I believe Granada has more population than any other Iberian city at game start. I believe that, and that doesn't mean it's true. Never take my belief to mean this is true. I'll be happy to see Brittany go, though. I love Brittany as a country. It was my housemate's favourite nation to play in the game, aside from not even Wallachia, but Dobroja. Is it called Dobroja? Need to double check now. Sure looks like Dobroja to me. He would play this in Mayo, and then make a Black Sea Empire. He said fighting the Blue Horde was a nightmare. Yeah, Granada is good. Probably well worth taking that land and spitting it out as subjects to even convert it for you to Catholicism. Urban centres can absolutely not get their former guilds. I wonder how long that event keeps happening. The demand for old rights. Because it does seem like they're asking for something that you repealed from them. I need to go and look at the triggers for that. That's all the more reason to repeal rights early so you get those bad events out of the way early as well. The belligerence once again from Orkney. They've been doing it all game. Hang on. Tyrone, what are you doing? Tyrone have actually fully embraced Lutheranism. How much of a problem is that? Well, they hate my guts. Yeah, they don't like Catholics, huh? That said, though, it's not a huge deal. They're not strong enough to really do anything with that. And it's not really worth forcing them into my religion, is it? Yeah, enforced religion is another 100 liberty desire. It's better to wait until I have Calvinism And then we just periodically go and tell everybody to join us in our Calvinistic ways. Yeah, with Granada, I reckon the best thing is just chew them up and then spit them back out so they can do the conversion and stuff for you. Because it's relatively far from home. Don't you have the Iterum Court where you move your capital each time, or at least you can? Frankly, I'd put my capital down in Sevilla and never look back. It's a very good harbour. Although, Cadiz is a perfect harbour, isn't it? Isn't it? Maybe it's too shy to tell me. It really is too shy to... There we go. Perfect natural harbour in Cadiz. So it would be an ideal staging point for grabbing like all of this land coastally. And you do want that nice coastal Mediterranean land. Other hot topic might be Cartagena. It's another perfect harbour, but... got all these hills in the way. Might be difficult to propagate control inland. But yeah, when I think of good capital locations, the better the natural harbour, well, better. That's why London is so good here. We lose pretty much no proximity going out to the water. And let's count this one. From London to the Thames is no proximity loss. Oh, that's good stuff. Cadiz is 104% harbour. That extra little bit will be something like a fishing village. Yeah, there we go. He knows his stuff. Yeah, naval just is so much better than land connection most of the time, especially after they nerfed a lot of the reductions that you get to proximity from lots of sources. Some of these poor places struggling on control. Yeah, forest. I thought you got rid of that proximity stuff by putting in roads. And well, there's my problem right there. I didn't put a bleeding road into it, did I? Gloucester, come on, they deserve better. At gratuitous state expense. Helps me eradicate the English. Although the English majority has been eradicated here, so there's no further need to assimilate. The English barely hold a majority here. The Midians are gone from there. Where do I still have to wipe out? There are the Irish, of course. And there's the idea that I could concentrate a blast on the Scots over here. Oh, I do like the idea of concentrated blast on the Scottish. Remove Scot. I want no yellow left on the map at the end of this run. Did I just see Jake manually build a road? Largely to prove a point. Well, I'll be. What was the value of control here? It was like 30 odd, and now it's 48. With a maximum value of 55. But this is just solidifying my point about the roads. Get your naval place over to somewhere with good harbour capacity. Town that place, and then spread the roads out from there. There's not really much point in building a road from London that goes up to Edinburgh, for example. Naval is king for control. Man, I like it. There's a bit of a problem over here, though, but this side of the Isles is not the best for naval capacity. That said, it's very good here. I just feel like it could be better. Are you telling me that it already has a dock? No, it doesn't even have a bleeding town in it. This should actually be a town. Why it is not is beyond me. Let's change that right now. I think I was avoiding that because of the culture issue, but now it's a great place for it, especially since fish are made here, and fish blow. So if I make that into a town, I can further improve its harbour. Oh god, it's already amazing. And then from here, we build roads out to the other places. Similar things can be done. I can't believe you're not... There's a lot of gardening I want to do with this, but it's not really in capacity for today, is it? Can you show us the town map mode? What's it called again? Location rank. That's it. So if it's red, it's rural. If it's kind of dark grey, it's a town. And if it's golden, it's a city. The AI loves to urbanize. Jinx, didn't know Krakow was a greater megalopolis. What about Warsaw? Also a city. Good job. Italy is probably going to starve at some point with this. I dread to imagine what India looks like. But as nice as towns are, I really think rural locations with their RGOs can't be overstated. I think palace economy, where you concentrate it around where your good control is great, but faraway towns that you can't really control, not worth it. I mean, my cutoff is about 60% control, then I'm happy. Although there could be improvements here. Surprisingly little development for the AI. This has been played over a variety of patches, so it's hard to say. Hard to say what the real impacts are. I'll tell you, the impact on my wallet from diplomatic spending is not insignificant, though. I want to drop that right the way down. Because it's one thing to be rich, but it's even better to be richer. Yeah, I do love the double rural RGOs. The problem is, for them to be really profitable, they also need to be in good control area. So where do you draw the line of good control means I should have a city, and good control means RGO? For me, it's put the towns on the crappy RGOs. Fish, ideally. Stone is fine. Anything that you have loads of inside your market anyway. So yeah, here. Stone, that's fine. Have yourself a town or a city. Lumber isn't great, but Portsmouth is an amazing harbour capacity, so I overlook that. But these places with the iron, oh heavens no. Good lumber here as well. Reasonable locations for a town, especially here in Sodom. But no, I want all of that iron. Whenever I can have more, I want even more. Yes, yes. Love the RGO play. What's your capital RGO level in dev at this point? The capital's on 20 for wheat. When Colombian exchange comes around, I would switch that wheat out for spices, most likely. Because having a city reduces the amount of food you get from wheat, so it feels like a waste having a food RGO on a town or a city, unless it's fish, because nobody cares about fish. There's a lot of little gardening. It really appeals to me. It's not something I care about doing on stream. But in my own time, once I'm done with this, I'm still going to play this because the idea of doing my little gardening here, you know, picking and placing where the cities go, maxing out money, doing things with pops, appeals to me in a very relaxing, almost like watching a screensaver kind of way. Because at that point, you know, there's no really relevant wars, right? France is already dead. I just want to watch things grow and flourish. But that's not the kind of thing I particularly want to do on stream because it's a different kind of enjoyment. When I'm on stream, I love it when my back is against the wall. The sweat is dropping. We just find out that the next song is freaking Nori Nori Nori. My legs are shaking. But when it's just leisurely taking care of things, that's less of a stream appeal to me. Perfect hands at EU4. Oh, well. For every rule, there's got to be an exception, right? That's why it's called the exception that proves the rule. Perfect hands was something else, though. Still keen on finding other games to Perfect Hansa. The dream isn't dead and buried. So I discovered all this. Are you telling me that even after finding it, I decided that I wouldn't be colonizing it? Impossible. I care not about the cost. This is what I'm saving all my money for anyway. We will find potatoes one way or another. Oh, hello. They just don't quit, do they? Well, unfortunately for them, I am a far, far better colonizer than they are. It's going to be a big, chunky colonial nation. What are the RGOs around here? Gold, chili, marble, cocoa, more gold, more marble. Even some pearls. It's like we never left home. What are the Americans doing with all this wealth? Why, you know, if they've got all the gold and the silver, why couldn't they have amounted to anything? Why aren't we all speaking Nahuatl today? Useless is what they are. Must make very strange feelings for people that actually live in the New World right now, like our Brazilian friends. Am I actually going to win this colonization race? Where did I actually throw down? Oh, I didn't throw down here, and I think we just saw this place grow. Where did I have a throwdown? It was here, right? Oh yeah, I'm running circles around these losers. Mighty colonial power, as if. They did something, Jake. They just lost like 80 to 90% of their pop. Yeah, I don't see any problems here. I've only lost 1,500 of my pop. Oh, wow. Well, that is good. It's a bit of a problem, though. Part of the reason I came over here to Central America is because I wanted to eat them up and have them work in my cotton fields and my spice fields and my cocoa mines. Nestle demands its tithe. How about you guys? We used to have 500,000 people. Well, you don't now. Show me your flag. Show me your other flag. Yeah, I'm not sure Africans are my ideal slave to bring over, though. The problem is, amongst other things, religion. Religion and culture. It'd be kind of nice if I could enslave other Highlanders and send them over, but we don't have unrestrained enslavement. We don't have enslavement at all. The only ways to really get good enslavement... If your capital is in Africa, you have unrestricted enslavement, which is awesome. If you're a horde, you can enslave somebody that isn't an accepted culture or your religion. If you're Norse, I think you have unrestricted slavery. It's very, very difficult to become Norse. Have to grab Norway or Sweden, grab all the Norse you can, preserve them, very swiftly invade Lithuania. Yeah, go figure all the... Wait, they're not all gone. Okay, cool. They're still around. But yeah, grab Removas until they are majority, or I think 40% or more religion. Switch to that, then switch to Norse. Seems even harder than doing it in EU4. Remember Shamanist Sweden in the HRE? I remember, barely. I remember Maria Theresa refusing to die, and I needed her to die. Longest living woman in Europe. Romans tend to hang around for ages in my game. They're just hiding out, trying not to be oppressed. Failing at it as well. Oi! Cease your urbanization. I do not need a town here. Fiber crops are actually useful. Good for paper. Yeah, brown skin, that was it. Enough grey skin, time for brown skin. I'm very surprised that my subject converted religion and I didn't get notified about it. Again, no, it's not a big deal, right? I can always force them back once I have my own religion stuff sorted out. But all these popping up is kind of cool. Bit invasive, though, but still cool. Is there a way to promote a non-accepted culture naturally? Alright, good. I mean, yeah, I like to play where I wipe out cultures entirely. But you can be a far more forgiving individual. You have an accepted culture's value. Certain things can push this up, like your empire rank, or the privileges that you give out, or some advances that you do. Notably, I've not been focusing on that. We're just getting the base we have from our advance and our kingdom rank. But yeah, you can look at all the cultures that are present and even not present in your country. And early on we had the Scots. The Scots have actually fully accepted. We're still wiping them out, but we accepted them because early game we had Scotland. We had to do something with all these people that hated us. The English, the Irish, the Normans, the Low Franconians, and the Northumbrians are all tolerated. They still can't breed under my program if it's in a core land, but it does make them a little less angry. Unfortunately, you need to be at least, what, 1% of the population to be tolerated? And that's no longer possible for the Anglo-Irish or the Bretons. And we're not even integrating Bretons here, these are Gallios. And yeah, likewise, we can also kick them out. I can remove the acceptance of the Scots. The stability cost is scaled with how many of them there are in the country. Notably, it doesn't cost me much. How could this have happened? Get out of here, Scots. You seem devastated. Yeah, I'm losing sleep over this one. Haven't heard from my mother ever since I started this campaign. Maybe she has some issues with this. Ah, Christmas is coming up. We'll give her a call. I just had a thought. This was fixed, right? The cost. While we're at it, don't mind me, I'll take the research progress. I have not actually paid any attention to what I'm researching right now. What is going on? I think I set these up an aeon ago and said, oh, that's fine. I guess that's fine. I don't need to go and look at that further. Yeah, so I never looked at this, but there was an issue where the annexation costs got reversed. Does this add up for us? 40 and 80 and another 40 is 160 minus 10. Yeah, okay, wow. They fixed it. Amazing. But now if I get the event that makes it take longer, it actually is bad for me. Not good. Not stealing tech from the Pope? Nah, it's so micro-intensive doing all the stealing of tech. I think on very hard mode it's a very good idea because the AI gets a 20% tech bonus over you. So by the end of the game they'll research 20% more techs in general. Won't work out exactly that way, but close enough. So yeah, I think it's very clever to keep stealing tech whenever possible, but you don't get any alert for it. You just have to remember to go and keep stealing. And there's no way to automate it, so it's really, really unappealing. Ties up diplomats as well. And I love my diplomats. Now about that culture of mine. You will put on your kilt, you will establish a family tartan. And I'm not terribly sure there's much else to worry about other than relations with those that I see a need to integrate in time. Which could include you. How's the... Ooh, you're actually a particularly nice harbour. Alright, we'll get to work with you then. Improve opinion. The Pope has great literacy and lots of clergy. Yes, so he's a prime target for it. He also struggles to get rivals, and a lack of rivals hurts your counter-espionage. Witness. Wrong button. Wait, where's begin a spy network? It's covert, right? Yeah, look at that. His counter-espionage is not very good. He's decentralized. Oh, he got some rivals. Good on him. But yeah, decentralized makes it really good. So yeah, there's a top tip. If you want a lot more tech, steel technology is amazing. Find somebody who's always going to be ahead of you in research, because they have to have more advances research than you. And on very hard mode, this will be everybody. And just keep stealing their research progress. Very, very toxic thing to do in multiplayer. I actually don't like how spies are implemented in this game. And they're implemented very similar to EU4's, and I never liked it. Especially, the worst thing in EU4 was if you wanted to do counter-espionage, you had to target a nation. Why is Aquitaine suddenly taking a lot longer? They built a town or a city, didn't they? Maybe not. I could have sworn this thing was going to finish like this year. What are Aquitaine doing to save themselves? Better keep an eye on that number. Like I said, I don't want France joining the coalition. Makes things very awkward. You never want to be on the receiving end of the coalition. Maybe it didn't change, or maybe I'm getting paranoid, but I still want Aquitaine inside of me. And I want the other Bretons also inside of me. And I want them to stop urbanizing. Yeah, as somebody said, it'd be really cool if they had to get the rights from you. I can't pause this construction. They've got a town already here in Rennes. Why do they want another one? It's not... They are choosing to do this. They are AI choosing to do this. It's not because of the cabinet. If it was cabinet, the town would have been made immediately. What a mystery. Oh well, as much a mystery as where did all the Scots go? Is there a map mode for it? I can't steal from the Pope, apparently. If you can't steal from the Pope, he almost certainly doesn't have as much advances as you, which is very, very unusual. But yeah, I don't think there is we have more advances in you map mode. Or really any way to check, is there? Not really. But if you can't steal from the Pope, your research is probably already very, very good. Oh, that cancelled the town. Okay, useful. Very useful. There we go. Now your cultural problems are my problems, but at least I get the core up. What? Explain further. Oh god, it wasn't the right culture for him, so he never got the core. Again, so why did the AI not culturally enrich the land to get the core? What better things was his cabinet doing? Disgraceful. Anyway, whilst we're busy being disgraced, let's consume more subjects. Eat them up like candies. The Pope got butchered by Naples in my game, so he's only a few locations left. Yeah, he might have other concerns that are stopping him getting advances then. If you build a town, doesn't the pop grow rapidly? And if you double the pop, wouldn't that give more RGO levels in the long term? No, population growth is faster in non-town provinces. Observe. Population growth from rural settlement is a plus 0.1%, which is pretty big. Compare that to Rennes, for example. Yeah, it's faster. The reason towns grow faster is because they have migration attraction, usually from buildings here. Yeah, they've got better development, prosperity, but here we go, cathedral and university. So people are drawn towards nice big locations, but in terms of breeding, they do it more in these locations. So as you say, yes, you could put a town in a place with really good RGO, and then fill it full of people through migration, and then get rid of it. Seems like a bit of work. A bit too much work, in my opinion. I'd rather go the other way around. Find places that already have a lot of people and burn the town down. Treachery. Yeah, not my concern. Alright, I'll be getting you before long, Aquitaine. And if I must do it manually, then I shall do it manually. But those Highlanders are going into Bordeaux. Again, they started and they stopped, and I do not know why. The AI... Oh, whoa, look at this guy. He's on the case. He loves assimilation. He watched the absorption of Brittany, and he must have thought, ooh, maybe if I do assimilation, I won't be conquered like that. You have started and you've stopped. You've just stopped. Yeah, how they go about doing it, here we go. Highlands aplenty, Highlanders aplenty. Any more for any more. Yeah, Bar is not bothering. These other guys aren't bothered. Oh, yeah, they're on it. Champagne is on it. Very frustrating, like... You put these guys out with good humanism in the hopes that they do this cultural enrichment. But you just have no idea, no control over whether or not they do it. And I think any stuff like that is hard-coded because there's almost no AI in the script files for how they use their cabinet members. Very relaxing period in the game right now. And befittingly some relaxing music. The song is called Commerce in the Peninsula. I think it's from EU3. No, it is an EU4 track. Wow. Sounded like EU3. Gave me EU3 vibes. I think it's simple number of advances, not amount of advances. So if you fill out meritocracy, you can put you quite far ahead quickly. I thought that is the amount of advances. Well, counting is apparently not my specialty, so I won't worry about it. Oh, Catholicism being shaken to the core here. But again, I'm kind of hoping for Calvinism, but I'm starting to wonder, maybe Calvinism cannot spawn if there's no Scotland. I need to look into the files. And there go the Scots off the map. There's just a wee tickle in Aberdeen. Do I keep you helping out? Yeah, because you do help out considerably with this. Yeah, a little tickle left in Aberdeen, and then there's no more Scots on the map. Happy days. How can I not be happy about that? Maybe it's the cumulative cost of tech? No, that wouldn't make any sense. I think it is just pure number of advances. What are people's thoughts on meritocracy? Do you go back and fill it out even when you unlock it later in the Western Europe? There's some half-decent things. It's not amazing. Can have a look at meritocracy over in Age of Tradition. Donk. I mean, here, I got it. Trade efficiency, tax efficiency, legislative efficiency, all good. The other stuff, eh. Irrelevant, irrelevant, not very good. Yeah. This is okay, but you have to get an extra artist, which is actually bad. And the rest of the stuff is just eh. But some of the stuff is really good. Efficiency, great. Tax efficiency, great. Trade efficiency, great. But it's not really unlocking huge movements for you, in my opinion. Doesn't give me cabinet slots. Doesn't give me government reforms. So in the end, it's a lot of nice-to-have stuff. It's not blast freaking furnaces now. That is a tech. Iron output per level boosted by 75% due to blast furnaces? Yes, please. Also, always have tribes and always keep tribes happy. Moravian what now? Oh god, we did the inland stuff before the not inland stuff. Ye gads. Maybe we did start that a little prematurely. Tell me more. This is still being done. This land is probably a very, very bad place to have the capital unless you have something amazing. I don't think lumber and stones are amazing. Then again, the goods here altogether aren't all that amazing. I think I'd rather have you have somewhere like Calmari or nearby. Oh, practically says Monica. Alright, I'm keeping you as Mori for now. I will integrate you later. When you spend your cash on net, yeah, bury me with my money. I like keeping a nice buffer, especially when my costs are kind of high. Yeah, I'm not too fussed about the expenditure of money. That said, if I wanted to regain my position as the eco-hegemon, then I need to keep making more dosh, wouldn't I? Oh, game does not pause for joining ally in war. Right. Please change that. So I didn't check on them for a wee while, but I need 20 favors with Hungary in order to change them to Gaelic speaking. But they've decided to please tell me you're not fighting Bohemia. You are not fighting Bohemia. For some reason, why is Bohemia not getting involved whilst you go and beat up? What is this war? Hungary's fighting Volterra. Wait, okay. I can only assume that the Italians fell out of the HRE. But you best be joking if you think I'm getting involved in this war. What's Castile doing here? Lumber and stone are actually amazing for Central America. There's no iron, no stone, no nothing to make tools of. You could be hard locked with that. I've seen it there. The way I see it, they can trade for tools if they really want it. This isn't even all chord, is it? Because the culture's wrong. That is somewhat amusing, but I'm not willing to go into culture enrichment for them. This war could keep me stuck away from giving away my overseas territories, but I find it hard to believe that Hungary is going to struggle in this war. How much trade capacity do those colonial nations get? Very, very small amounts. I kind of need to put some thought into this. So Cuba, for example, great location, great... well, maybe tropical isn't that great. But overall, great place with amazing RGOs. The problem is the lack of population. I really think shipping slaves over is the way to go. But of course, I'm here and I don't control any good slave marketing. Morocco has a slave market, but I don't have control in Fars for that. Yeah, so if I wanted to take their cheap slaves and sell them away, well... They're using a bunch of their own ones. Tafilat is already wait, who is Tafilat? Are you a subject of Morocco's? You are exactly a subject of Morocco's. They're sending slaves up to Castile, but I want those slaves. So what I need to do is get better capacity in Fars. I could also set up slave markets inside them. But building rights in Morocco will be hard to come by. Morocco hate my guts. There are religious issues. I cannot improve relations beyond this enough. They don't like that I'm friendly with Castile. Yeah, getting slaves is proving difficult. Do you think the Moroccan Sultanate has slaves? Alexandria, how are you in the slave trading business? Not good enough. There's got to be somewhere that has a lot of slaves. Trebizond is made of slaves, but then I have to pay sound toll. Constantinople has a ton of slaves. Is it worth paying the sound toll just to get these slaves over to the New World? It might actually be. But again, the problem arises that I don't have trade capacity here. But if I got friendly with Constantinople, I could probably build myself... well, not a lot. Look at that. Fully staffed building levels. Almost doubling new building cost. But yeah, I could build some trade offices around here. And then ship those slaves over to the New World. Now, I doubt the Byzantines are going to like me very much. Yeah, hegemon really gets in the way of making friends like this. But that's a lot of slaves. The question is, where are the slaves in this market? There are 60,000 slaves in the Ottoman lands. Part of the Constantinopolis market here. What about Damascus? Yeah, not a lot of slaves in the market, though. I'm willing to make this investment, actually. Can I get friendly with the busybodies? How exactly? Maybe they don't like the fact that I'm allied with Hungary as well. Yeah, defending our rival. Oh boy, that'll be hard to overcome. But we can try. If only I was friendly with the Ottomans as well. And maybe even the Eretnids. Alright, we're going to go on a diplomatic missive here. My thought is that if these guys like me... Oh, hang on, Hungary's in the market. Ooh, that's our way in. Somebody asked what I'm spending my money on? Read it and weep. Production, buildings, all markets. Give me trade office. I don't care if anybody's available. This is inside the Constantinopolis market. Build all of them. And here, it's in the Constantinopolis market. Build them all. Sure wish there were more places to do that in, but it needs to be done in a town or a city on the coast. Trade offices are bugged. Sometimes your pop gets merged with their pop, and you end up having to pay for their 30,000 burger stack. Excuse me? What do you mean pay for them? That sounds fun likely. I have a lot of trade offices, by the way. For example, I've got these 7 trade offices in the Faz market, and I'm paying the amount that I would expect to be paying for them. I just have to pay for the paper. I don't have to pay for people. I don't know what you mean by pay so much for them. But I'm curious about that, because that's the kind of thing that would make me wake up in a cold sweat. But no, there's no significant cost to my trade offices right now. Something fashed about that. There is the idea that Faz... No, Faz does not expand into the Castile lands at all. Yeah, being friendly with Morocco is proving very difficult. I wonder if I could do it anyway, right? I'm going to try again. Now that I'm the diplomatic hegemon, I've got a lot more sway in improving relations, so I will try my best. So if I can get the slaves over here, over to the New World, that's great. But I love this. I love the fact that it actually gives you a good reason to go and grab somewhere with lesser beings and make them better than they were by having them work for honest to goodness wages, working my RGO fields. Also, just by existing here, we've learned about the rise of the Turks. An undismissible notification to create the notification spam. Thank you, game. How are you doing all? I'm not doing everything. But I'm doing well. But the one time the AI isn't urbanizing, I want to be able to put up loads of trade offices along the coast here. I mean, your burger estate pays for their needs. I still don't know what you mean by that. The burger estate pays for what? They have their expenses here, right? The cloths, the books, the whatever. Do you mean that they pay for the needs of all of the burgers in a foreign market? That might be what you mean. For example, the needs for books in the Sevilla market. Kind of weird that they'd buy that many books over in Sevilla, isn't it? Yeah, actually, why are my burgers paying for that many books? No, I think that's actually fine, because I have a lot of trade offices over here, don't I? How do I check all my trade offices? Well, I got rather a lot of them. Stands to reason that they have to buy a lot of books, because when it comes to the costs of my vast amounts of trade offices here... Oh wait, no, they need paper, not books. Why are they buying books? Ooh, that is weird. Where was that? That was in the Sevilla market. Why are they buying fine cloth in the Sevilla market? Ooh, That's really, really weird. I can understand I have some burgers. Ergo, I need to pay, or ergo, the 1,700 burgers here are going to pay for their needs, but they don't need that much fine cloth, right? I'm not going to investigate this now, but that does seem very suspicious. Yeah, it does sound like the bug. Okay, well, something to look into. Not exactly something I can fix, right? I can fix scripted things, but I don't have the game decompiled and at my mercy right now, much as I would like that. Then I'd fix whatever's going on with the subject assimilation. But a man can dream. What is going on in France here, by the way? Oh, wait, is that even... Oh dear, that's my subject, isn't it? Yeah, so here's the fun thing. Your subject can be stuck in a war and you can't even join. I think it auto joins you in after a wee while, but fortunately their peasant with a bill hook is going to take care of that. Or so I hope. If you hover over your burger power in the estate window, it sometimes shows burgers and locations with trade offices. It does seem rather weird that that would be my concern, isn't it? Because they're not my burgers. They're not in my place. I might be employing them, but I just pay for the needs of the building. I could kind of understand paying my burgers, paying for the other non-government funded parts of the building. So bringing up this again, for example, the building maintenance is for 20% of their paper needs. I could understand if my burgers need to pay for the other 80%, but why would burgers be buying those other things? Let's have a look, see if it shows somewhere. Estates, burgers. Oh, hello. You're counting me as having 9,000 Valencian burgers. There are indeed... Wait, there's only like 10,000 here. Why am I counting for 9,000 of them? At best, I account for 40... Hold on, what's 1,400 off of that? That's 9,100 or so. What was the number? No, it doesn't quite add up. That is weird, though, and that's giving the burghers more power than they really should have. Look at that, I got 22,000 burghers in Sevilla. Is that giving them more power than they should have? It is counting 517k burghers. This calls for science. If somebody could write this number in chat, I would be very grateful. 3,017 political power, 23.82%, 517,000 burghers. I mean, I could write it down, but you see my hands are full here. Thank you, Orlov. Now let's go and delete these buildings, if indeed I can. Donk. Did I get rid of all of them? Of course not. I want them all gone, please. Is there a way to just, like, destroy all of them? Yeah, that did destroy all of them. Right, there were some in Sevilla, there were some in Valencia. Ah, jeez. I don't... Okay, there's some combination of what I was pressing, got rid of them. Let's destroy more of them, shall we? Where else do we have a lot of trade offices? Yeah, 6 there. I got unknown number here. No, I think I have none over there. Just trying to find somewhere that I have a ton of them. Okay, I'm going to destroy like 9 and 9 here. I'm going to try and fail to destroy 9 and 9 here. Yeah, there we go. Second time a charm. Alright. Let's have a turn of the month update and see what it does here. Now they have 2,818 political power. They just lost 200 political power from 3 or 4 locations worth of trade offices. Oh, wow, that is actually really, really bad. Yeah, so you get the burgher power of all the foreign burghers watering down your estates. Holy heck. Does that mean that the trade offices are still worth the money? Because you build trade offices and those burghers are going to dwarf you on power here. What that should have been was maybe 4,000 or 5,000 burghers. Instead it was, what, 30,000, 40,000? Game's broken, man. Game's really freaking broken. Alright, get me out of here. Wow, I didn't know this. It'll be useful in my own playthrough. I'm not sure if that's useful knowledge, though. I think the trade offices are still worth it. Oh well, time to go and find the bug report and bump it up, because it seems like the kind of thing they would never catch. Oh well, that's something to worry about later. I did think my burgers were getting a bit too big for their breeks, though. And how do you even counter that? Because it's not like you get any crown power in that. You know, I can't claim crown power for this. And even if I did, I have no control, so... I don't know, it's broken. It's just freaking broken. Right. Nothing then. Oh god, we gotta get rid of these again. Go, 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 go. Go. Go, 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 go. I wish I could get rid of these, but I can't. Alright, there we go. Rubob says, what happened? Oh, we're investigating a bug there. It certainly looks like a bug. Certainly not bugged in my favor. Those burgers are, how much stronger? I mean, how many bleeding trade offices do I have? Oh, now I'm worried to find out. All markets are shown. Can I actually get a number? I thought it... Oh, I've got 192 of them. Oh, wow. Well, that is amusing. Not in a good way, though. It's quite bad. Oh well, don't expect that being fixed until February. Or do they count for both? LOL. God knows. God even wants to know. Does that mean the host country loses those burgers? Maybe it could screw them up. I wonder about that. Something to investigate further at a later date, but not something I want to do right now. I want to get my bagpipes in Bordeaux. Feels like the game suddenly sped up a lot after reloading. I wonder if it's got leaks. But yeah, it does sound like the burgers are managing to multiply their power through nefarious means. Because yeah, instead of getting 1,700 burgers here, I was getting something like... I dread to think how many burgers out of that. Didn't we have a number? Yeah, how many of them were in Sevilla? That's where people say, no, it's Sevilla. Well, I don't care. Yeah, 22,000. Order of magnitude more burger power. That is mad. Absolutely mental. And I wonder, they're probably getting supercharged from anything that gives burger power around here. Yeah, probably. 100% the game speeds up on reloading. I try to reload after an hour or two of play. Yeah, it feels relatively silky smooth right now. Phenomenal. Alright, they are done. The Scots are almost done. They got a little bit holding out in Rosbrog. And a few holding out in Aberdeen. And then the Scots are just completely gone. Yeah, not even needing to close the game is a weird one. I wouldn't be too surprised if you have to relaunch the entire game, but you don't. And there are no more majority English. Oh god, how did these English evade me? You there. Remove the English in Glamorgan, please. Tiny bit of English. It's not just a tiny bit, it's a fairly hefty town. Trade advantage. Nah, let the burgers do trading. They'll enrich themselves, and then they will spend that riches on surely building me roads. Oh, nice. Although I probably built a bunch of these roads. But it has an effect. These places were sitting at very, very low control. And now maximum control is looking respectable. Okay. This was deep red, and now it's not. I will bend my knee to the superiority of roads. They are certainly better than I keep giving them credit for. Mostly because I keep giving them no credit at all. But yeah, certainly good to drag in land, although some of them aren't done yet. Takes forever building some of these roads through hills and mountains. What kind of burgers are they? I guess they wouldn't be Angus. It'd be Highland burgers. It's not something you see often. You often see Aberdeen Angus available. And to be fair, it's pretty good. To remove the Scot. I'll tell you one thing that you should be assimilating area for is now over in Ireland, because I still have non-cores there. And then is there anybody who's doing assimilation that's really not worth our time anymore? How about the bespectacled fellow over here? Do away with the last of the Scots. Because of Angus Young, I thought the beef came from Australia. I wonder if you can get Aberdeen Angus outside of Aberdeen. I don't know if it's a protected brand or type, you know, like Champagne being from Champagne or certain cheeses only from certain places. Don't know if that is extended to Aberdeen Angus or not. But I'm sure virtually nobody cares. Tell you what I do care about is this, though. The ones that wipe out the culture do so incredibly well. Paris is now surrounded on most fronts by Highlanders. Champagne is on the case, but the other Champagne is not, and for whatever reason, Bar isn't either. It's just a breed, it can come from anywhere, I think. But think of the glorious Scottish water, or the superior Scottish hay that they're eating. There was a bit of a double print down here because my mod doesn't work properly unless I press this button. I should fix that someday, but I could also not. Could be lazy. God, I just love seeing it spread. Somehow this is so much more enjoyable than just instant colouring and then watching that little guy chopping a tree in EU4 until the place is colonised enough. It looks so damn good. $18 and $18. Well, that's coming along pretty quickly, and it's 19 for the war with France, right? Yeah, certainly. I don't trust myself to remember this, so I'm going to unmothball my heavies and enjoy having fat stacks of cash. Oh, meanwhile, my frame's just dropped out of orbit there. Must be Twitch, even the ad buffered. That is funny, but it's definitely on my side. Alright, took a bit, but this is coring up. Shouldn't be a problem with my subject when he gets his grubby wee hands on it, though. Ah, there we go. The last of the Scots are just over in Rosbrog. That means I could actually take you and do a touch over here, because I want this fully cored. Don't want my colony to have to worry about that. Kind of weird, sending him all the way over here. He's going to be returning before long as well. But taking a colony requires you to have a certain percentage of your culture and religion there. And it's kind of a shame if it's lower than 50%, because then the cores become a bit of an issue. But yeah, one little tickle there, and now it's all cored. Very good. I think you were next on the chopping block here. Should have done that earlier, because when I integrated this, I ended up with good control. But the control's actually going to go down because of proximity to capital, especially in the inland bits. Move to a real country, Jake. I like being in Hungary. Yeah, I'll probably move someday, but that day's not today, and it certainly won't be tomorrow. Tomorrow I go to Budapest, the capital. Did look into getting a multi SIM card router so I could have a backup for it, but the expense. Needing to run 2 internet contracts, it just didn't seem like something I wanted to do. Some of these are going quite slow. I wonder if there's just a lot of population. Yeah, some of these places are really populous, making it take rather a long time to take over, although for some reason one of them's the Mayans. Why didn't these guys get eradicated by my super Euro virus? Don't think it's Balton, it's Matthias using your internet next house over. No, the Germans are gone for the season. They'll be back again in summer, as the Germans often are. Yeah, despite learning, that's cursed knowledge. I was happier not knowing that the burgers are bugged out. I'll have to go and find the bug report on it and put my little +1 on it and cry myself to sleep thinking that's going to make a difference. But yeah, knowing that you have to pay in burger tax for other countries feels really bad. I cannot imagine that being fixed until 1.1 in February. Seems like a big thing to sort. I like Victoria too, says Rottenbart. It's pretty crusty now. There are problems, like not being able to take someone's capital unless it's their last province. Oh, that's old EU stuff. I wonder if that was ever fixed in EU3. Probably not, right? Raised tones, loud arguments, hosting various individuals. There's Gustav. What is a Markish? Ugh, Northern German. It is a sign of our vibrant culture and our love for intellectual arts. The contentious behavior is signs of our intellectual superior. Yeah, well, we are. We are certainly... I don't know about diverse. Does this look particularly diverse? We have some Norns up north. We got that going for us. Otherwise, I wonder about that. Yeah, I think it was actually late into EU4 where it was suddenly possible to take capitals. You could take them completely isolated in old builds, and then later on they just became more expensive, but you could take them. I forget the exact workings of it all, though. We owe Hungary too many favours. How can this be? I want them speaking Gaelic. That 5% control is surely an issue to your 30,000 coffers. It could be so much more. There's a lot of gardening that I can do, but I don't feel like doing it at the moment. 44% crown power is nice, but 50 plus should be the reasonable target for any halfway non-joke nation. 50? That's... Look, Andarish, you're basing all your stuff after playing, you know, the tremendously difficult task of being a Northern Italian, where everything in the game is just given to you on a silver platter. I don't want to hear it. Clawed up from the clutches of depravity as Mori here. I can enjoy my 44%. Egads, right? The game definitely needs auto balance here. That put nobody on my front line. I think my heavies would have been instantly eradicated in a proper fight there. Bad sign. Come on, get out of here, Aquitaine. You've clung on to life too long and you're stealing the namesake of this campaign. If you're not going to convert them, I am. Italians? Why do I have to pay 5 grand for an Italian? Get out of here. Scaling costs in this game. It reminds me a lot of CK3 and, you know, the single cat that costs more than several duchies. Can you form banks? Or, well, if you want a bank, you could create an extraterritorial subject. Well, maybe I could. It doesn't seem like it's available for me. I think you can also ask somebody to be your bank, but no, it's not showing. Yeah, the economic scaling for events, absolutely nuts. And that's another thing where the monarch power in EU4 was actually useful. It was useful for scaling events. So you didn't end up... Well, you still had insane events tied to income, but in this game, just about everything that costs has to scale with income. I don't like it. It feels so bad and it feels so ridiculous. It just teaches you want to game away your income values so the game doesn't tax you on them, so to speak. Alright, time for you to go. Now I can do what I've been wanting to happen for a long time. We get the cores on it instantly, as we should. But who's my best guy at converting? Well, he's so good he's wiped out the Scots. Ah, wonderful. Well, where did the Scots go? I think there are a few hiding in the bushes. If you wanted to really spend some... Oh gosh, where in the list here are the Scots? They've gone running away, but they have no cultural tradition, no cultural influence, no cultural importance at all. Yeah, get out of here. Modern Italian engineer. Hi, please give me money more than the GDP of the entire Kingdom of Moravia. No relation. I'd really rather not. All right, there we go. I think that's where we're going to draw the line as well, as you can no doubt tell. It's kind of stretching to say that there's much more even to be played here. It's just kind of picking wings off the flies at this point. That does lead me to worry about the longevity of playing this game. Within about 100 to 120 years, we pretty much got everything we needed to do done. But the game is like 500 years long. So I'm left wondering how our future campaign's going to look. This is our first real campaign after our learning one with the Golden Horde. I need to spend some time thinking about campaigns that can remain enjoyable for me. More so for me than for the stream. I don't particularly care about how engaging things are stream-wise. Just look at Perfect Hansa for an example. But whilst there is some fun I can have with gardening this, in terms of a campaign to stream, it might prove a little difficult finding other ideas, because, you know, the goal here was to start as one of the most disadvantaged countries in the world and take out the strongest nation in the game, and that got accomplished pretty quickly. So I need to think about more far-reaching yet not tedious things to do in the game, which I'm more than open to suggestions of, but as of approximately now, I'm going on Christmas vacation, which will rather confusingly end before Christmas. I'll be off for 6 days. When I return, I'm going to do a big chunky archipelago run to celebrate the something of Christ, whatever it's meant to be. I don't pay that much attention. And get ready for my year in review. Then maybe I can finally get back to my long play, and of course the most important thing, doing more multiplayer peak. But until we're back with that, there's a cheers from me and a cheerio.